Good evening. So apologize in advance for the skipping and so forth. It doesn't look like I was able to correct it with all the finagling and voodoo. But so be it, you know, as long as you can hear me. And the stuff that I want to show, as long as it's static and you can see it and it's sharp, I'm happy. So I'll take it. It is what it is. Que sera, sera. Right? We have to sing the song, whatever will be, will be. Why? Because that's the way it is. So, stop searching for answers. You are the answer. Stop looking for magic. We are the magic. So, something cool happened today. I know, when's the last time you heard me say that? But this time I'm serious. Although, I'm serious every time. Go back a couple of streams. Just in case, you know, you're sitting around your house and you're bored one day, pop in on one of my old streams and it'll blow your mind. I don't care where you start that video. I go into my old streams and look for little gems every day. And today was tough because I bumped into so many I didn't know what to do. And so I pulled several out and sent a few to here and there to people that I thought was relevant to them. And so it was neat that I had to pull little gems out that I thought were, you know, individually significant. And how special is that, right? Bring on it. So, yeah. It's one of these things where it just all comes together and it's obvious who needs what message, you know? So I was sitting here thinking to myself, I have this beautiful oracle that I put together that I can't keep my hands off of. I mean, it's just gorgeous. I stare at it, I use it, it's beautiful. And I've been kind of sharing some of the technique with it. The idea of reading it without using any of the beads or without moving them, just kind of looking at it and using the elemental system that we know through the Rosicrucians and other systems, that each one of these is one of those elements, like the spirit being surrounded by two wills and one voice. This type of idea, right? Just a beautiful symbol. This idea down here of the air and water. And you can read all these different sections just by looking at how it stands, right? You don't have to pick beads. Kitten, how's it going? Thank you so much for popping in. Very special stuff that I saw today. That was kind of, there was a few in there, the heart, the wings, there's some, it's like, yeah. But now all I ever talk about here on the channel is the other. And so, you know, when it first came to fruition, this particular design, this particular form of this particular incarnation of this oracle, which even got a name, Pearls of Wisdom, Our Story in Stones, it's decidedly feminine. I think we can all agree upon that, right? I mean, it's a decidedly feminine energy. And then I thought to myself, well, I mean, you know, if we're really all here to find the other, then I have to find the pair to this. There's another oracle that I have to put together, and it has to be the masculine side of that. It has to be the divine masculine. Luana, how's it going? Miss King, I haven't seen you in a while. What's going on? Thank you for your yellow heart. I love that. Thank you for your yellow heart. And thank you for popping in. I really appreciate it. I'm going to be showing something special tonight. I'm glad you're here because it's kind of new. You know, I've been showing off my oracle. And I decided to share it with a couple of people out there. One of them is an oracle maker, and she made her own and talked it all up on her channel. And we're going to be doing a collaborative thing, which is great. But then I thought, you know, she needs a mate. Look at this beautiful oracle. How can she be alone? She needs somebody to share this with. And, you know, very often when using my own system, I require two decks. One that refers to the lower world and one that refers to the upper world. And one's black and white, one's color. There's sort of contrasts there. And it's, you know, obviously an analog of the reality that we're all just the dancers and the dance. And the thing being danced. And so, you know, far be it from me to disagree with the rules of the universe. And so I put my energy out there today to create a masculine version of this. And it happened. I started digging through my beads. I found all kinds of goodies in the process. Look at this. Look what I found in the process of digging through my stuff today. How beautiful is that? That's a rose quartz scarab. Neat, pretty. It's a large piece that was part of a piece of jewelry. That's why there's that hole on the bottom, because it was meant for like a bead. Right? And look at him. He has this beautiful wound right down the center. And notice that his wings are enclosed. He's holding them in, so he's not. He could fly, but he chooses not to. Oh my gosh, Miss King, thank you for saying that. That's kind of special, considering that's what I'm here to do. So, it took a little while to kind of dig through the stuff and figure out what I wanted, because it doesn't only have to work, because you can make it work as long as you follow my math. And my math is very simple. 6 beads of 4 types. 4 colors or 4 types. In this case, I use the red, magenta, pinkish for my wands. My cups are the blue bells, right? My swords are these metal beads. And the pentacles are these green, right? And that includes the princess, the queen, and the king, or the knight. And then we have these 5 here, which represent the main elements, right? These larger beads that are substantially larger on purpose, so that at a glance you can see them and know that's the position on the pentagram that I'm reading, right? So if I want to read the air center or mind, or I want to read the water center or heart, I know which pentagram to look at, or which point of it to do that reading. This is, for instance, like air or water, and see what's going on in this person's ability to communicate or desire to, or what's, and so forth. And we're going to read this. We're going to read it as it stands, and then we'll do it where we use the deacon system to pull 2 beads and then draw a whole spread from just those 2 beads. It's really exciting. And so, without further ado, I was very inspired to do this because of the understanding of the integrity of what we're doing here, being my goal always. I can't have an oracle that is decidedly feminine in nature and not give her a mate. Somebody to seek that, the elements that she has to bestow. And without that seeking, that necessity doesn't build, right? That desire to dance. And so here he is. And so interestingly, looking around what I had in-house, none of this was purchased. It's just what I had in-house, all of it. This dish, all of the beads and stuff from craft projects and magical items and so forth that I have extra on. I couldn't find a dish that I was satisfied with that fit. It wasn't round, it wasn't brass, and I could say, I need another brass round dish, and I don't have a good one. The ones I had were too small, or they just weren't right. And this is perfect. It's a basically, I guess, a dish, teak. Who remembers teak? Let's see. Who do I know that's old enough to remember teak here? There's at least 2 or 3 people. There was a big craze of teak back in the day, but which is nice. It's a very nice natural wood, and then the beads all came to me in a beautiful way, and it's very, very special. Plus, there's a little touch that's unique in this, in that I don't have the 5 elements in here, and it turns out it's okay. But it's a different kind of configuration, and the reason for that is that this is not only meant to represent the masculine as opposed to the feminine, but it's also designed to represent the contrast if you're going to use this oracle separately. They're actually read the same way, but the energy is different, and you'll see what I mean. And so, that said, this could easily represent the higher or the lower world, kind of depending upon where you are. I know some people look at this and see this as kind of the bounty of heaven. Like this is the reward we get to look forward to, right? The colors. And so the lower world would be the more contrasty, maybe natural tones and type things. And what I've done here is very interesting. And so it comes down to being open to this difference between gender and polarity when you're looking at symbol systems. Gender is one thing, and is typically manifests in the physical form, whereas polarity it manifests in the energy behind and the thing that animates that form, right? And we have to be able to understand and represent both of those things. I've often said that I'm a decidedly masculine energy with respect to my physical form. but I'm a decidedly lean feminine in my polarity. I'm very comfortable with certain parts of myself that was always natural to me, but I reflect my personality, my sexuality, my identity in a very masculine way. And so, but those two work, that gels, and that's the difference between polarity and gender. And that the same applies in a circumstance like this. Because what we're looking at doing here is taking for instance, a wand and turning it into a sword, taking a sword and turning it into a cup. And why do we do that? Because when we're able to transform and to mold and to allow these things to swap roles, it lets us do something very powerful in the magical work, which is to swap that lens in the other during the act of love, during the act of conversation, right? So, what is the voice of this masculine oracle? Let's take a look. I haven't named him yet, but the energy is quite different than his sister, right? There's much more jaggedness to it. There's sort of a visceral nature. There's kind of a, I don't know, there's a an organic quality that this doesn't have. You know, perhaps it's because of the materials. The materials that I used in the original were metal, glass, hand-painted copper, right? Look at these beautiful beads. They are quite lovely. But they certainly are not natural looking, right? This is adornment. This is decoration. It's beautiful. But the only thing that's in this dish that says to me nature, which is still kind of stretched because of its artistic application, is the three elements, right? That centerpiece that represents the three mother letters, the Aleph, Mem, Shin, the air, fire, water, the source of the alphabet, of the word that spoke us into existence. And it's the word that we use to describe ourselves. Now here, uniquely, that is not present. Those five elements are not present because they are implied. In the higher world, they don't exist because they are it unified. And so what we have here instead is that concept applied. And so the centerpiece in here is a very beautiful symbol. What we have is, it's the top of an incense holder, right? A very small one, very, very small one. It's not really practical for that use unless you're using herbs and that you burn the herbs instead of a chunk of incense. But what it actually refers to, I think, quite elegantly, is the combination of the masculine wand and the feminine cup in one symbol. And what that is really showing us is that this is the unification of those two things, which is the mind and the heart unified to do the work. And then it has three openings. Those three openings represent those three elements. Let's see if I can make that a little more clear. Okay? Those little crosses, how adorable. They're crosses. I mean, come on. This was divinely inspired. This was in my home for various reasons, and now I know why. Now I know why. This didn't have a bottom. I can't find the bottom to it. I had the top of an incense holder for years floating around that I've done nothing with and kept for this reason. All right, so and those elements are represented there as well. So how lovely. And it's metal, brass, and gels with some of the stones here, which I'm going to be showing you in a moment. The fire stones are my favorite. Spoiler, it's not the red ones. I also thought it was really a nice touch that when I put out to the universe that I needed the parts for this, and I engaged my higher self and said, hey, listen, I need this to be, decidedly masculine. I need some divine man on my channel to offset the divine feminine that is emerging and is present always. I invited her and she showed up. And so I can balance it. I'll do it all by myself. But I need something here to represent it on the temple, right? My little John D's not enough, so this is how that's going to go. Now, here are my elements, and you guys tell me what you think in respect to what I chose and how they ring with you. I wanted it to be different, but complementary. So let's just get the easy one out of the way. It's a blue teardrop. So clearly it's fire. No, I'm kidding. So here's my water, right? Kind of heavy. I believe they're made out of ceramic, but I'm not 100% sure. It has a crackled kind of look, right? Almost looks like a turquoise, or like a, maybe, what am I thinking there? It's another very similar in color, but not quite turquoise. It's a little softer stone. I forget the name. But this is my water. Earth. Wood bead. Pretty basic. And I chose the ones that were stained a little on the darker end for the sole purpose that it would be easier to see against the teak. Okay. Kitten, marry me. You know what's funny? I refuse to pay for the game, and so I'm stuck with yaw as the right. What's the highest level tree you can chop as a non-subscriber? Because I spend a lot of time actually in there's one specific spot in RuneScape that I sit all the time when I need some peace, and all I do is just sit there and enjoy the weather. There's water, the tweeting of the birds, and there's this great spot to level up trees, level up woodcutting. You could do woodcutting all day long there, nice and peaceful. Throw up your bonfire to get rid of it, so you're not having to run to the bank and dump, right? You can just burn it, and then you're leveling up fire and tree in the same spot. It's a great place, and no one goes there. Nobody goes there. There could be 4,000 people on that server, and I'm sitting there alone for like 2 hours. It's great. Right. So I don't know. I've never chopped teak because I don't pay. True story. I think it is you. Could be you. But so that said, that's earth. It's wood. Now this one was an interesting one. This is one where I'm like, okay. This is what I have a quantity of that are in the right size. The color's perfect. I have to make it work. And it's a seashell, so it's like begging to be water. However, I have water because they're little blue teardrops. How do you say no to little blue teardrops? So instead, it's my air. Why? Because you listen to it, because it speaks. So this is my sword. You put it up to your ear to hear the ocean. And this is basically the magical amulet that speaks the voice of the ocean, right? So I'd say that that's significant, wouldn't you? And it's one of those things where you kind of have to suspend. And the reason that that's good is that you need to be open to understanding the transformation of these elements and allowing that to be. Because what this is it's a sword and a cup. But then when or it's a wand and a cup. When I use it though, which is to essentially put it in the middle here, and it's kind of like a wand of shuffling, right? You just use it to kind of stir up the universe, right? And just get things going. Right? And it's always present in the middle. Those three elements are always there. If you'd like to remove it, you can. But the idea here is that it's now a sword. Because it's no longer a wand or a cup. That unification has taken place, and now it's being used to say to the universe, show me your possibility, show me your probability, speaking the question. And then when it's done moving, it's in a state of listening, right? Which is very nice. And while it's sitting in the dish, for those who know the symbolism I speak about here on the stream, it's an upside down cup. So while it's in the tray sitting, it's an upside down cup pouring down divine love. I don't know, it's hard to beat that, right? You guys ready for my fire? These are amazing. They're so gorgeous. White hot. Aren't they gorgeous? I could just stare at these all day. There's something about these. The white with that orange, that chatoyance. Actually, I don't know if that's a chatoyance. I think it's artificial. And so these are my fire. And I think the orange and the turquoise is such a lovely combination. I mean, everybody knows orange and turquoise just work, right? If you've done any kind of photography work, cyan and orange is especially good on darker skin tones, right? And actually, the darker the better. Iman looks amazing rimmed in cyan, doesn't she? Right? And now with that orange tone coming off the other side, it's a beautiful kind of effect in the middle, what it does to our eyes in the middle. And so we have that represented in the orange dye that was used for these beads, these wood beads, and for the fire, which is just really, again, I can stare at these all day. That flash is just gorgeous. Candy is a good word. Soul candy. It's soul candy. So what do you guys think? With respect to, for instance, the visual presentation, do you think it's pretty? I got a very calming vibe from it. It seemed almost sort of feng shui friendly, so to speak, in as far as the color harmonies with the orange and blues that play nicely off the natural teak. And then the white, because it's tainted with the orange as opposed to another color, it just flows, it just gels, you know. And the final color that we have is this splash of browns and oranges and tans and beiges that you get in the seashell. So it's just really great. And it's a speaking shell. The shell speaks. And so there it is. There's the brother. And I thought to myself, you know, does it need a different name? Because it's really about the system here. Get 6 beads of 4 types and something in the center to stir it up as a symbolic intelligence, the will. So, and in this case, I have the 5 elements separated specifically. That makes it very easy to read. And in this case, those aren't there. So is it going to be harder to read? Nope, I did it on purpose, and you'll see why. And so it's really quite an interesting system. And now there's some advantages to this system, I think. Here he goes. Here comes the hyperbole. Here it goes. That make it superior to tarot in a lot of ways. Yeah, I said it. And one of the ways, though, that it is a very beautiful fact. Like, you know, I've used this symbol on my stream here since the beginning. In secret in the beginning, because it was just off to the side. I wasn't hiding it. I just didn't show it on camera. But so I reviewed it on the side. No one even knew I was looking at a deacon wheel. But that's what Now that wheel is not a wheel. It's actually a spreadsheet. It's a chart that's as old as astrology, practically. And it's been written many different ways over the centuries. But you know, for my own sake and others, it's easier to see the whole thing at one time. So instead of having to look at this spreadsheet of correspondences and lists of deacons and cards and signs and polarities and all that, it's like you can't see the patterns. Like, what's opposite of the 10 of Cup deacon? Good question. Because when you're looking at a spreadsheet, you can't really tell. You'd have to kind of do math on the years. Well, instead, what we do is we take that spreadsheet and we twist it onto itself and into a wheel, and we get this. And this is actually useful now because we can take this information, and now I can say, well, where's my 10 of Pentacle? And the 10 of Pentacle is going to be around the period of Virgo, right? It's actually directly to the right-hand side there. And so what's opposite that? Opposite the 10 of Pentacle is... what is that, the 10 of Cup? And so how hard is it to do that on a spreadsheet compared to just drawing a line in your eye? And seeing the actual rotation, seeing what's next. And the most beautiful thing that you get with a wheel, it ends at the beginning. Which, I mean, we're talking about infinity here. And so I've always had trouble wrapping, and I'm a math guy, wrapping my head around the number line being an infinite line. I get it. I understand that it's an infinite line, and I use the number line very much in my work, even visually. You know, my number line is 4th dimensional. We have the 3, and then there's versions of it, right? And so the number line's valuable, but not when you need a quick glance and get information fast, right? And then it dawned on me. It's the same problem with the Bible. It's the same problem with the I Ching. It's the same problem with Kabbalah, Hermeticism, various other methods of divination that require years of study. When you approach the Bible looking for truth, you do it one page at a time. And what's a page but a collection of paragraphs, which are sentences, which are words, which are letters, which are you having to go through that process of just to read a page is actually parsing each individual letter into a word, into a sentence, into context, into meaning, into discourse, into understanding. And you finally made it through that page. There's 80-some books in the Bible. I've read the thing front to back twice. One was a New King James and one was in New International. It's a lot of work. It took me 3.5 years. Wouldn't it be nice if I can somehow take that book and wrap it out into a big line of pages and put it and just see the whole thing at once and take it in? Obviously, that's impossible. There's too many characters, right? Exodus 14, 19, 20, and 21 is the letters that are the name of God. That's 72 alone in just those 3 verses. How long would it take? Long time. So I think some people may, start to understand where I'm going with this. Ladies, gentlemen, let's take a moment of silence for the beautiful noise that is Uncle Noob, a.k.a. Shushu. Shushu is in the house. We can begin. I've been waiting for you. I am drunk on your cheap wine, my brother. And I want more. So, you may kind of be able to detect where I'm going with this, right? We interrogate the tarot. We have a question. It's important that we get that answer. And maybe we need some insight. And maybe we have magical powers that allows us to do exactly that and do it accurately. So we pull out our tarot and we interrogate and we put out our spread, which gives us meaning and context, and 3-4 cards, however you start. If you're doing your Celtic Cross, it's going to be 10 cards. If you're doing your Michael Karras houses, it's going to be 36 cards and so forth, right? There's a lot of different methods of going about your reading, but the point is that the possibility of the question being answered, the real answer, is somewhere in the cards that are not being used. If you do a spread with 3 cards, there's still 75 possible other cards that could be helping you point to that truth. And so when you interrogate the tarot with a question and you get an answer, you're kind of leaving a lot on the table, right? In this case, in a 3-card reading, 75 other pearls of wisdom that could point you to that truth that we don't see because it's not part of the context. We don't see the whole tarot all at once. Crowley, if anybody, was the most effective at getting around this with his opening of the key spread, which is a counting spread. I haven't done it on the channel here because it's kind of really complex. And so I wanted to have a couple of diagrams put together before I try to teach it. It's amazing. There are some good resources online. It's called the opening of the key spread. But that's still, it takes a long time. And we'll go through the counting. I'll get some learning. Then I'll go through the counting again, the cards change, and now the original part that we talked about is in the air, but it's kind of in the back of our minds. It's been spoken, and you're too busy listening to what I'm saying, and I'm too busy channeling the next thing, right? So the beginning part of that spread, however effective it was at getting to the heart of maybe the insight that you're looking for, is not the complete picture, and wouldn't it be nice if there was some way that we can wrap the tarot up into this beautiful thing that we could see all in one shot? Sure would. I would love that. And so that's why this is superior, because that's exactly what you're looking at. Based on the numbering system that I put in here, which is 6 of each suit with the 5 elements and that 3 in the middle, what you have is a complete system that includes the ability to cast I Ching, hexagrams, and trigrams, to pull any of the 78 cards of the tarot, to be able to utilize the runic system, to utilize it does mathematics, it does square roots, it does, there's so many different symbol systems built into this because it's able to It's able to function as a binary system, and it's able to function as a decimal system. However, it's also, due to the fact of the numbering, is able to function as a pseudo 64-bit. It's basically a 32-bit with a couple of extra that could be utilized to kind of double up on that 32. And when you apply that math to it, it could even write code. It's just a matter of you understanding what it is that you're looking at. So you can either read it as it stands or pull specific stones. Each one would be either an on, off, and in the state of staying or changing. Where have I heard that before? Right. And so you can write code with this sort of universal idea of I'm a masculine positive energy and I'm not changing. That's going to be that top one there. I'm a masculine positive energy and I'm changing feminine. That's that next one, and so forth. And that's that flow of that back and forth between those energies. Same exact idea in mathematics. And so it gives us access to all of it. It's all there. But from a reading perspective is when it really unlocks its power. This is when you really see something like, wait a minute, it's starting to make sense. I think he's onto something. This happened 20 years ago. Well, this was actually before the big realization, but around that time. So let's just call it about 20 years ago. And I made it 25 different ways. I've used, you name it, I've used. Even taking like matchsticks and breaking them up into pieces to get the pieces that I need, because it's the right size with other stuff that I threw in on the fly. It's amazing. Walk the beach and grab 6 stones. You can find other little pieces that are separate. These were seashells, these are beads, those are bells. It's, as long as they're different and they ring to you, it'll work. But now, it has this function once you do come to the truth, which is much, much greater than that, because you can apply your understanding of the language of tarot. You can apply the understanding of the language of I Ching and these other interplays, and see the whole story at once. And let's talk about what that means. So let's get past the hyperbole and look at the reality of that situation, because it's not hyperbolic, it's literal. Each one of these larger beads represents the higher elements of fire, water, air, earth, and spirit. And if you want to know which one under which circumstance, we just can review this diagram that we've been given by the Rosicrucians, because they're awesome. And pick any one of these. Right away we have some learning. If you want to know which one's air, it's the yellow one, right? Left and right are going to be blue and red, fire and water. So if I'm looking down here and I'm thinking to myself, gee, I wonder which one is going to be the water one. The water one's going to be the one on the right. Which one's going to be the fire one? It's going to be that one there on the left. Okay, you get the idea. And there's other ways that you can look at that. That's one way. And the second way, this is the one that you're going to want to reference if you're doing magical work or divination. If you look at the top there, it gives you that guidance. So in that yellow spot, you'll see that pentagram there that's got the 5 symbols going around it, with the wheel on the top and the bird and the Aquarius kind of wavy lines for the water, and then the on the bottom the Taurin and the Leon for fire and earth. And so that gives us the order. So if you're looking at the top bead, that's going to be spirit, right? And that just is the example of the where those beads lie and what element we're talking about. So spirit is going to be the probably the biggest center that you want to read when you're first looking at the karmic portion of the person in the reading. But then we can go through these other ones as well. Like for instance, if we look at left and right, we have air on the right and we have water on the left there. And so the air is the communication center, and the water is the heart, right? And so this gives us an idea of what they want and how they're trying to speak that. And here we have the same thing as well. If we go back to our chart here, we have on the bottom left is going to be your earth, and on your bottom right is going to be your fire. Okay, and so you could look at it this way as well, and now you kind of have an understanding of okay, well that's not too hard to wrap your head around. We start at spirit, and then these two represent your fires and waters, And these represent your airs and your earths. And if you're ever unsure about which one that is, you can easily reference this little symbol on top to kind of jog your memory a little bit. That's all. Now, and there's a few ways to read it. The first way which I like to read it is that don't pay attention to what direction the is up. Let the intuition decide when you stop spinning it, right? So just kind of give it a spin, and at some point you're going to stop, and then whichever point is on top, that's your spirit. So it's not just that it happened to have been sitting here like this on your desk, and so you very quietly and straightly make sure so that that's the spirit. Let it spin, you know. Let it be organic. It's pretty when it's on your desk, but let it get messy. It's all about getting messy, right? And there's a very important point that I feel lends to the fact of why it's superior to say something like tarot under certain circumstances. Of course, it's not superior. Tarot is everything. The photos, I mean, it's all you need. It's the only book you need for the rest of your life. It moves. It moves. It's living, right? You're in the middle of doing a reading, and you're looking at the center here of the spirit. And so we see that spirit is surrounded by two manifestations with one heart. One heart is wanting two different things, right? There's a difference here about what they want to manifest physically, or what it feels like it has. It can also represent two different bodies with one unified heart, right? There's many ways that you can read that, and we'll get to that in a minute here. But the idea here is that this spirit center and how it interplays with these other pieces may potentially change during the reading. Meaning that if you have come to me for a certain piece of advice, and I provide a piece of insight that is integrated into your soul during that reading, it can change your karmic destiny. It can change your karmic vector. You can be moving in a different direction now because of that answer. And so guess what? Things move a little bit. Things change. There's different evolutions. Do that with a tarot deck. And so it's really just this idea of saying, okay, well, now you've come to this conclusion. You're the querent, or the person that's in front of you that is looking for guidance, is like totally changed. You can tell that there's been a transformation in their thinking. Give it a little shuffle. Give it a little twist. Things move around. It might even be a slight adjustment, but some stuff moved around. Look what happened. So now these two elements are like closer to each other, and they're separate from these three elements. So we have spirit, we have air, we have fire. Spirit, air, and fire are separate from the water and the earth. So the body and the heart are separate from the will and the mind and the voice. Right? Now, and you get the idea here. So the fact that it's alive, it's able to move, it's able to evolve during the reading, and provide further insight into how that situation is actually changing could be a very, very big insight during reading. I mean, how lovely is that? And so these are all things that are similar to the tarot. We know the symbol system: fire, water, air, earth. We know the deacon system. We have a princess of sword. And once you have the princess of sword, we can go to our wheel now. Look for the princess of sword, which we're going to find on the top there. And that references the entire season of winter. The entire season of winter. And so, you know, this gives you some pretty good guidance as far as the energies that you're talking about. And there's three major arcana that are relevant to that period of time. We have Capricorn, which is the devil. We have Aquarius, which is the star. And we have Pisces, right? And so all three of these together tell this very specific story. And it's the same idea if we were to get, say, for instance, a knight. The Knight of Cup covers a smaller period than the princess, but of course she's the object of his desire. And so we would take out the ones that are relevant. We take out the Prince of Sword, the Knight of Cup, and those three majors, and go from there. If you feel like you need more cards, start pulling out the cards that are relevant to the particular sign. It's very effective. And we're going to do one later as an example. Okay? So quite lovely, isn't it? And then when you're done with the working, make it pretty again. And the only thing you have to do is just basically get your elements out. Give it a little shuffle. Very basic. Put them back. For the ritual magicians in the room, when you put these back, you put them back in the order of LBRP. If you're banishing, if you're invoking, use the invoking pentagrams. Okay, that's for the magicians in the room. For those who aren't magicians and want to know what that meant, that's my number. I teach. Okay, and that's very effective mojo. Right? Good stuff. All right. So in the meantime, that's the feminine version. And that's really cool because now if you want to use these for magical reasons, then you need them to make love. And how are you going to do that? You need a mate. And not only that, there has to be this idea of that she's going to fulfill her role in this, which is to energize that and to create this working, whatever you want to manifest in your life. Is this guy taking a dish of beads and going to create magic with it? Divine masculine. Divine feminine can be represented so many ways, and the dance can represent it so many more, and that's what we're here to do, is to represent that dance, right? So let's take a look at that. I'm going to catch up on the chat real quick. Absolutely, Uju. 38. Wow. I'm so sorry. That's painful. 38 years old. That's tough. Do you mind me asking how old you are? It's really difficult. Yeah. Wow. Heart attack. Luana, I'll talk about that in a sec. Absolutely. Yes. Yes. But yes. So Uju, yeah, Luana, pause that. I want to speak to that. That's kind of an amazing question, and that's great. And it's going to help. Yes. So, but I want to speak to Uju really quickly. There's a need here that needs to be addressed, and yeah. So let me put some stuff away real quick and get some cards. Uju, absolutely, yes. Uju, I'm going to answer your question. Yes, I'm going to do that now. I'm getting prepared, and then I'm going to be shuffling some cards for you. So just stay, and I'll answer your question, yes. And I have to ask you, the nature of the way that you pose that question implies that you think something, I believe, or perhaps that you already have a direction that your mind is going with respect to what you believe might have happened. So I'm just going to verify that. I'm going to read the question again. And then we'll take a look at that. So let's take a look here. Okay. Okay. Sure. February 19th. Nope. Don't get old. Just don't do it. Eight of Cups, Saturn and Jupiter. Saturn in Pisces. Venus exalted. Okay. Knight of Cup, Princess of Sword. That seems good. Neglect. Avoiding responsibility. All right, so let me look at something here. Okay, well, I'm grabbing that one. It was witnessed, but the person didn't know that, meaning that there was a, or they felt they were alone, but they weren't. Yeah, but it was witnessed. Oh, interestingly, this is pure coincidence, but there's a scarab in this card. That's neat. I haven't seen a scarab lately, so the fact that it came up and I found a scarab today amongst my things is just interesting. But no, what we see here is a bit different. I feel like it was natural. I don't feel any kind of like negative bad mojo that somebody did something or whatever the case. I feel like this was natural, meaning that, because it's not natural at that age, right? Let's be honest. But natural from the respect that there was no intent. There was no ill will. There was no willful harm. I'm going to pull one more. And then we're going to go from there. Let's look at the period of time that it happened. September 27th. Oh, yeah, well, look at that. Directly opposite. We're going from Venus exalted to Saturn exalted, and we're going from... Wow. Yep, okay. Because there is a vibe of a woman involved in some fashion, but it's the woman is in the heart, and the woman left. There was a breakup or a divorce or some kind of checking out emotionally, and that was serious. It wasn't just like, I'm not in it anymore. No, she checked out. Prior to or right immediately prior to this happening. Tanimara. Pizza place is backed up. Yeah, that'll happen. It's that night, right? So that's the night people are like, I ain't cooking. Although I do. Who wants pizza? Mine's homemade. My tomatoes. I make my own dough. Make my own sauce. I don't make my own cheese. Smart. There's some, this person took care of money before he went, meaning that there was an understanding and a knowledge of that. He understood he was sick, and took action to make sure that when he died that there was stuff behind. If that didn't wind up with you, then somebody took care of that, but that took place. There was a responsibility on, oh look, I can't even see what I'm showing you here. There was a responsibility taken. Here you go. When people were calling this person stingy or strict or cheap, it was because he was doing the right thing with respect to saving money and putting something away and making sure that stuff was in place. And again, I feel like the cardiac event is real. It's not an accident that you have this energy coming directly out of the heart, representative of the person in the position that we're talking about. Right there. He's pointing at his heart. Like, he's actually pointing at it. Now, in this particular circumstance as well, and don't forget there's a woman involved in that in some fashion, a breakup or some type of betrayal from a woman. In this particular circumstance, though, we have the Four of Pentacles. And the Four of Pentacles is fiscal responsibility at the expense of peace. Like, this is the kind of person that would sort of be in a position of saying, oh, well, I'm willing to, like, be disliked so that they don't know that I'm stuffing money away so that if something happens that, you know, or there's a responsibility. And that responsibility can lead to people looking at them as maybe, like, a little tight when they're actually just doing the right thing. But, you know, I think the major points, and then I'm going to pause and check in with you. The death was natural. The heart attack was not coerced. And it looks like that there was some type of knowledge of that happening. He knew it was coming prior because there was some planning. Like, there was heart disease, or he started not feeling so great and went to a doctor, but there was some fashion here where he was aware that it was going to take place. This was not a surprise to him. All right, so now I'm going to pause and ask you what your thoughts are. And is there any particular point on this you want me to expand on, or that you're unclear? This isn't the first time you've been in here, and I appreciate you coming back. I really mean it. And if there's anything I can do, let me know. Reach out. You can, if you're out of the United States, I'm on WhatsApp, okay? And so catch me on WhatsApp, and we'll chat. If there's anything I can do to help, let me know. But that said, if you need any additional guidance on this, either give me a call, okay? I'm not no charge, no fees, no nothing. Just call me at that number or email, and we'll get to the heart of whatever else you think in the situation you need. To help you find closure and to help you understand the important thing. And the most important thing is that this person, although they're no longer in your life here, they never left you. They've always been with you, and they always will be. And sometimes all we have to do to remember that is take a moment of silence, close our eyes, and feel them in our hearts, because they're there. And it's just a little quieting. It's just a moment of quiet. And that little upwelling when we start to remember them, and it brings us to emotions, that's normal and okay, and that's them. And that's our heart remembering what they felt like. And so be open to that, and just remember the good times. Remember the energy that they were. And, try as much as you can to not focus on them not being there, but remember that they are there, always. Thank you for your trust. If there's anything else I can do for you, let me know. Pop in. I love you, Mama. family. Aren't they cute? Come on, they're gorgeous. Which one's better looking? She is. She is. Let's admit, she's prettier. But he's ruggedly handsome, isn't he? It really is ruggedly handsome. Hang on real quick. Tanamara has something to say to everybody in the room. But so, I mean, really, look at that. It's just something about that. It's the edgy quality and the colors. I find it attractive. I find it peaceful. I find it pleasant to look at. There's this kind of like oceanic quality, sand, water, right? Wind. I can kind of feel a breeze looking at it. I don't know. And the quality of those firestones, right? Hot white stones with orange flecks that shine and glimmer. Just awesome. I want a set of dice that looks like this. Wouldn't that be something? A D20 set? Am I overreacting? Absolutely. Why not? Look at it. Now, this one doesn't have the 5 elements, and so how am I supposed to read the elementals? Well, very simple. There's your tip. There's the right side, there's the left side, there's the bottom right, there's the bottom left. It's very basic. These are here to be a visual representation when you're looking at it, and it's a round surface, and so you do need a visual guide on what's up. You don't with this, because it's angular. Up is opposite you, right? So if you happen to be spinning the square one, right, if you want to do the spinning, you can do that. But in this case, you don't need to spin it, because you've got the wand in the middle. Remember, this is a masculine. It makes noise. It's like... They're not going to spill. You can get rough with it. You can like really. This is a man, and so it's a different tactile experience, right? The noises are different. Listen to how pretty her voice is. Listen to him, right? So you just get down and dirty in there and you stir them up. Stop. There's your north. This is going to be your spirit. Right here at top, right? So look at spirit. It's just like totally all that. It flew all of the water up. The spirit is filled with love at this moment right now. And all that fire is down in the world ready to get it going. Just like this rage of energy of a particular will. So this is a very beautiful kind of like energy. Look at the speed. Look at that. It's got a little eye looking at us. Isn't that something? This is one of the fire beads, and look how it's shaped. It's almost like it's a drop of water. It's just very cool. These are very visionary beads. These beads, I could stare at these and see stuff all day, like truthfully, right? And the shells have an interesting kind of effect as well, right? The swords, these are my air, because they speak. You put them up to your ear and you hear the ocean calling. Love it. And also that tactile version. There's something to be said, too, for the fact that it's loud. It's noisy. It's alive. It's able to move while you're reading. There's a few bullet points I wrote down. Because as I've been looking at them and using them more... yes, you can see the entire picture all at once. You don't have to flip pages. You don't have to flip multiple cards. That's it. There it is. There's a totality of the whole reading in one spot. Looking at the elements, you can make the divisions. If you wanted to enroll some tarot cards, pull 2 quick ones. Okay, so we've got air and fire, right? And so we have the prince and or the knight of wand. Prince of Wand, Knight of Wand. We come up to our chart. We find the Prince or the Knight of Wand, which is going to be boop, right there on the bottom right. Prince of Wand, and he's ruled by the period of time by the 4 of Cup and the 5 of 6 of Wand, and is also going to be referencing Cancer, which would be Chariot, and Leo, which would be Strength. And so you get the Chariot card, the Strength card, the 4, 5, and 6, the Cup and the 2 Wands, and you've got some stuff going on. Now, the last card that you're going to want to bring into this is going to be the Princess of Wand as well. So read all those together. 2 beads, 1, 2, 3, 4, 7 cards, and you've got some real learning. Right? Powerful. Okay. So I thought, should I change the name? Should it have Spiritual Essence? Thank you for coming in. You want to do it here or you want to do it private? It's up to you. So, I thought, should I keep the name? Should I change the name? Here's the beautiful part about Spiritual Essence's name, is that it's like a double, it's like a redundancy, right? Spiritual Essence. I am ready for my reading. That's funny because I was just joking about redundancies, and then, you know, we got the statement from the Department of Redundancies department. I would love to do your reading, and that's awesome. Okay. Now, just to be clear, she wanted a couple. She, I'm not sure. You wanted a reading of 2 cards. And then some things went down, and I wasn't able to finish your reading, and I said, I'm sorry, I'll give you a free spread. So I'll give you a free spread. There's a couple of different spreads that I do. If you're open to it, what I would like to do is to read your cards 2 ways. So I'll give you what you paid for, which is 2 cards. And my 2 card readings are most tarot readers' Celtic crosses. So you're going to be fine. Thank you. And so she wanted to do cards. So I'll give you your 2 card reading. But then I'm also going to give you a full spread using my new oracle. And you get to be the first person that's been read by it other than myself. Okay? So how's that? Is that cool? Or would you rather me just do tarot for the spread completely and not worry about the oracle? I'll let you decide. You think about that in the meantime. And just to set expectation, I'm going to be breaking before I give you your reading, so it's going to be about 5 or 10 minutes. That's it. Just about 5 or 10 minutes. Heat up my coffee, get myself centered and ready to do that, and then we will do that. I can't. It's so beautiful. Isn't it really something? When it comes together, it's something. I'm a very visual person. I'm a graphic designer by trade. I love to paint and draw, and color is my candy. The world gives us all these splashes. And so it matters that the colors harmonize. It matters that the shapes work well together. It matters that there's not some kind of weird thing sticking out at you that distracts, right? And it just came together. These 2 are so beautifully complementary. Round, metal, brass, no natural colors, right? It's all very pastel-y and candy-like. And then here, it's all natural. There aren't any colors that are off. There's nothing unnatural about it. Even the metal just has a brassy kind of vibe. You know, there's nothing too ornate about any of it. It's very raw, but equally beautiful. Really something. And then when it dawns on you what it gives you access to, come on. Okay, so let's catch up here. Cool. Okay, great. Redundancies are good, right? Look at the Klingons. They're hard to beat, man. They have 2 hearts. Okay, so, that said, I don't know. What do I call you? Do I call you Spirit? Do I call you Essence? 88. Or do I call you Keys? Your name's Keys. I hope you're not ticklish. All right, so that said, I will be back in about the speed of Carrig. Alrighty. So then, let's begin kind of preparing the space. I have to wonder how I'm going to put these like together, you know, how they're going to, you know. Let's catch up. Cool. Really. I have all kinds of stuff. Like, if I showed you the stuff I bumped into today, it's so cool. And I will after the reading, I'm going to talk to Luana's question, and then we're going to play with some toys. And I have all kind. You know, when you go digging through your old stuff for things, I mean, I came across a rose quartz scarab. How cool is that? With its wings tucked in, you know. And I bumped into all kinds of good stuff today. It was really, really cool. I can't wait to share. And because the beauty of it is that it's all collected from other people's junk. All these beads came from necklaces that I personally ripped apart and took the beads off of. I mean, it's great. And even the seashells came from a seashell necklace, right? So many charms. I came across an accidental lapel pin that was a monogram, and the person's initials, Lauren. You made it. That's awesome. Their initials were M-E-M, which is the Hebrew letter Mem, which is the Hanged Man. That's actually a very significant card in my life. But the Hanged Man card, which is the central water element of the supernal triad. It's a very important card with respect to the Tree of Life and the entire Kabbalistic system, of the tarot. It's an important symbol, that mem. So, and that came from just a lapel pin that somebody had, and I think it's in here. It's so interesting, right? And that exercise is an important one because you have to be open to how the universe provides, right? You speak what you want, you listen, you hear it, it happens. As long as the right one's speaking. How cool is that? Mem. M-E-M. It's a monogram of M-E-M. Just great, right? And it works out well for me. It's an important card in my... Look at this little ceramic dove. How perfect is that with respect to the spirit descending, right? You know, there's beautiful symbolism that is just shared. And then that came into my possession a long time ago, which I had a beautiful conversation about here. This is for a couple of people in the room that know what that means. That's for you. Okay? And you know I mean it. Alrighty. I don't know if that's going to stay there. Let's give it a shot. Okay. Let's do... I don't know if these show up on camera, but it's a great deck. This is the gold Rider-Waite. Yeah, it doesn't really show up on camera. I use these often for the upper world stuff when doing dual readings in conjunction with this, because of the fact that it's exactly the same size since they were produced by the same company. Los Scarabeo is the name of the company that does these. Macaulay Ian Bearder. That is not Macaulay Ian Beard, ladies and gentlemen. That is Macaulay Ian Bearder. Thank you for joining my stream. I appreciate it. It's, whenever I see a new name, man, hello. Is it okay if I ask for a reading, please? You may ask for a reading. And absolutely, I'd be happy to throw some cards for you. There's one person ahead of you, and then there's another person that I have a question to answer, and then you'll be next. So to be realistic, 3 o'clock. About a half an hour. If you're around in a half an hour, I'm happy to help you. Or we can do something as well later. If you wanted to do something private or something larger, it depends upon really what you're looking for. Let's do the Surrealist. Why not? It shows up nice on camera, and I'm feeling good energy from it. Great. Okay, so spiritual essence. If there's anything in particular you wanted me to read about, let me know, or we can keep it general. I'll let you decide. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to pull your 2 cards. We're going to read those, and then we're going to go from there into the oracle, and then we're going to knock your socks off. Because that's what I do. That's my specialty. Oh, great. I appreciate that. Good to see some more masculine energy in here. I wanted to speak to that too. Why did I make a second oracle that was masculine? Why would I do that? You know, when you have integrated your divine masculine, you're a powerful man. And it's up to you to recognize that you have that power. But it's equally important that you recognize the source of it. I've spoken many times when it comes to the intuitive process of me reading individuals or reading the cards or whatever method. That work can be done alone. And you could be very successful in that, right? I proved it live here on the channel when I did the readings for, or rather did the penny. When I was reading them, I scored a 90%. Not bad. But when I was telling them what to do, I scored a 50. And the reason I scored a 50 is because I was acting in both cases alone. In the case where I was predicting, I was using my own intuition, and I don't need fuel for that. But when I'm attempting to be put into the act of creation, I require the other, and I did it without her. And that was the failure. And so recognize that if you are in a position of wanting to become integrated with your divine masculine, and to utilize your will to make change in the world and to create, you're not doing that alone. And you got to recognize that the person that's in your life that's going to help you to do that is the person that is the most important person in your life. And that's your other half. That doesn't have to be the person that you are in love with, but it is the person that you love. On a very, very deep level, because you two were born together at the same time and are traveling this story together. Whether or not you're in proximity, that will never change. And throughout these different bouncings and characters and stories that we tell, we bump in and out of each other's lives. And so when we recognize that that person is in our life, we've got to grab and run with that. Because they're going to be the source of our power when we attempt to create. And together, we could do anything. We're pretty strong by ourselves. We can lift stuff. We can fix breaks. We can cook when we get to put on some kind of cute something and stand in front of a grill and feel all special with our smoke. Right? But at the end of the day, though, we're nothing without her. And so it's really important that we recognize that when we look at her, that we're not just looking at the object of our desire, but we're looking at the object of our will. The thing that drives us and gets us up in the morning and gives us a purpose. And so we should worship it. That's what we want her to do, right? I think we should reciprocate. And when we do that, union, for real, power, both of us, and we're unstoppable. So my oracle, no matter how powerful she was, because women can create without us. They don't need us to create. We just jumpstart the process. Turns out that there is a way that you can facilitate the splitting of that egg out the male. It'll just be a perfect clone of the female, so there's no additional genetic material added for it to grow and change. It'll be a perfect match of the woman, but they don't need us. We assist them in the intuitive side. They assist us in creation. And without those two, nothing happens. And so that's why I created this oracle, is so that she could have a mate. So that she can have somebody to dance with. And in that dance, we can find real truth. Create. Not just see the future, which is, if you've been to my channel, it's looking into the past. But create that future. Make it. So you tell me, do you want me to tell you the future, or do you want me to tell you how to create it? Finances and health. Sure. Okay. Those are kind of important. Right? They're both pentacle questions, but that's okay. The body's important. It's the way we interface with our reality. Get your body in order and everything else kind of falls into place. It does. It does. It's sympathetic. A right body gives you a right mind, right emotions. It's very effective. Oh man, I love chicken marsala. My favorite. Especially with penne. I'm not a fan of angel hair with my marsala. I like penne. We're keeping it right there. So, 2 cards. And then we're going to get the full answer with the oracle after. So the question was related to money and health, but more important what that is that let's look at the state of your physical being. Right? Finances are related to your physical being and the things that you manifest. And your health is a direct result of that. The two are kind of connected. The things that you manifest in the world physically come into your space multiple ways. One of those ways is through your finances. One of those ways is through the things that you create. Some people paint, draw, sing. Some people make food. Some people do nothing. And they're just a well of wasted opportunity of creative energy because they're stuck somewhere. But the desire to create is there. And so the question related to finances, health, these are all things which are asking is, Michael, show me how the spirit shined through infinity and the screen of that singularity that casts down into our world. What is the shape of that shadow? If I wanted to see the shadow of my pentacle, the 3 of Pentacles and the 5 of Pentacles. Okay, so the 3 of Pentacles is the idea of stuff needs to get done and you need to enroll others to do that. Another way to say that is that when stuff needs to get done and there's multiple people doing it, step up and do your role. Don't try to be the leader if you're the one that's supposed to be doing the administration. Don't try to do admin if you're the one that's supposed to be sales, and so forth. So there's multiple people involved in the creation of some type of financial stability, an idea, a job, a business, some thoughts, maybe a way that you can enroll others to maybe take an idea that isn't really growing and make it finally happen. There's multiple ways that you can go about that. However, what I am also seeing is that there's a level here of deep need. There's a sensation here of being almost destitute, like there's a fear of complete loss that you're going to have to rely upon others, and there's a shame involved in that. And so the first thing I want to do is I want you to recognize what I said first, is that there's something taking place here that requires multiple people, that's related to finances, and that there's a possible negative looking situation here, but that's not negative. What it is an opportunity, because the most beautiful way to give is by receiving. And when you find yourself in the unfortunate position of being in need, you're going to find out who is really, your friend, who's really somebody who loves you, who's the person that's not going to knock you down and insult you, but is instead going to recognize that you might be in a place that needs some help and help you. Or maybe you're going to be put in the position to help that person and do it without shame. Do it without making them think that, thankfully they have you, because if it weren't for you, they'd have nothing. And instead empower that person and say, how lucky are you that you're in this position to get into something new and to be unencumbered by that old way. Now, the 5 of Pentacles is interesting because not only does it refer to the fact that there's this bad mojo, bad health, the loss of finances, and specifically the desire to escape that, but the necessity to enroll somebody in it. So there's a level of shame, being forced to put your head down and go back home. That's okay. I don't know what rule book you're looking at that says that you better do this and this and this, and if you don't, you failed, because that book doesn't exist. We're all on a journey, and it's an ebb and a flow. We start here, we go here, then back down here and there. So if you're here at the bottom and you're thinking life's horrible, no. We're just seeing the moment instead of the whole thing, which looks like this. And so we think that we're doing bad and then good, but we're not. We're actually doing just like we're supposed to. When you zoom out at the 60,000 foot view and see the whole thing at once, you're actually right where you're supposed to be. Well, givers, that's what we do. And so let go of the expectation of receiving. Give for no reason. And don't give thinking, well, I'm such a good person and I give. Why am I not getting back? Because that's not why you're giving, and so don't expect to get back. If you want to get back, that's what you put out, and you will. Make it profitable and it'll become profitable. If your goal is actually to just experience the reality and the truth of your desire to give, and you manifesting that, making that will known, there's no wrong that can come from that. That's you being honest. That's you being who you are. And now that can be heavy. We choose to pick up the burdens of others and carry them for them so that they can maybe alleviate some suffering. But what about us? There is going to be a point where you have to say to yourself, this is not sustainable. I can't keep giving or I'm going to wind up empty. You need to be filled up too. And how do you get filled up? You recognize yourself in the others. The people that you're reading, the people that are taking from you, that you offered it. You offered it. So they're not taking, but the people that take from what you offer, those people are you. And you can be filled up by that fact. Recognize the impact you are actually making in their life and feel the love that the two of you are actually realizing in the moment. You may not see it in their face. There's somebody I work with all the time. He's a homeless guy. He has a severe mental illness, drug addiction, and he lives on the street. I can't get him to come anywhere. He won't help. He won't let me get him housing. He's happy where he is. And he's an angry son of a bitch. And whenever I bring him food, he's mean to me. So, let go of the expectation. Remember why you're doing it. You know why I'm doing it? So he's not hungry. Not so he's my friend. He doesn't like me. He does not like me. He thinks that I'm holier than thou. He thinks I'm worthy. He doesn't trust me. And that's okay, because he eats my food. And so it really just comes down to the why here. But yeah. No, I mean, when people give or offer, it's been hard to accept. Okay, well, that's tough. The givers, it's hard to receive, isn't it? It is. And that comes from that same exact place of shame. When people are in need, they come to you and you give, and so you think that's your role. I'm the giver, not the receiver. No, that's not true. Because now comes in the balance. I'm a giver too. I'm a 10 of wand. You want to talk about givers? I'll carry your house for you until I break. And however, that's not sustainable. And so there does have to be a point where you enroll temperance. Temperance is the card of balance, and it's not balance in this truest sense of like find it in the middle. It's about recognizing that the giving can be ongoing if it's not wasted. You go to the plant to get your basil. You don't cut the whole plant off. You take off what you need and let the rest grow. You take off what you need and let the rest grow. And then you'll have your basil all season. And so now here's the idea. Don't carry all 10 wands at once. Put 5 of them down and then say, hey, bro, can you grab 2? I'll take 3, but can you take 2? And there's a little bit of a balance that just took place there. You're still taking the bulk, so you get to call yourself a giver. It's not an even swap. You're doing more work. That's what we're trying to do, right? Feel good about ourselves because we've helped somebody and we took away their weight. So do that, but you don't have to carry all 10 at once. And here's the important thing that, you and I both know this secret, and you're not fooling me. You're scared. You're scared that they're not going to like you if you don't keep giving. They're not going to like me. And if they don't like me, then what am I, I can't, no, I'm like, oh, I can't do that. It's okay. Guess what? They're going to like you. They're still going to love you. The people who love you will still love you, even though you say no. Try it. Once. Just try it. And don't try it thinking it's going to be easy. Try it thinking that you're going to be nauseous. Because I know that feeling of saying no to somebody. It is. It's nauseating. Especially when it's your fuel for your self-esteem. Which it isn't. That is replacing your self-esteem. Recognize your value and say, yes, if I'm available, I'd be happy to help you. And if I'm not, I'm sorry. But I'm sorry, I'm just not available. there's a mutual respect when you respect yourself and recognize that I have something to offer you and it's valuable, so respect it. I'll grab 3, you get 2, let's do this together, is very different than, oh, I'm going to break my back and this person's watching me carry his luggage. When you find yourself in need and you're a giver, it's hard. There's shame. There's guilt. There's that oppositeness of your identity. No, I'm supposed to be giving, not taking. No, you're supposed to be balanced. Give and take in equal proportion. Which means you don't have to take money, food, take grace, take a trade. But recognize that you're valuable and should be compensated for your work. Bottom line. It's your choice to share what you want freely of yourself, and you should do that. I think we all really need to learn more sharing freely of ourselves. But not so much that you're empty. I'll give you as much as I can until there's enough left that I can go ahead and get myself into a place where I can receive some back. And when you do that, some serious stuff happens. I love your food porn. I got a lot of fun stuff to be showing tonight. I'm going to be showing a piece of artwork, a piece of visionary artwork that's going to knock your socks off. Wait till you see. There's something in that picture that's so cool. I'm going to be reading a piece of poetry that was shared today, Shel Silverstein, that tells the story. That's going to be fun. Missy's always really good photography. Although I got your pictures late, I don't have time to get them in on the stream. It's almost 3 o'clock. So tomorrow we're going to have to look at, and everything that she sends me is just pure beauty. The colors, everything. But so I'm looking forward to that. So Essence, let's take a look here. Right. I'm not sure what you mean. What program is that that's there? I'm not sure what you mean. But yes, I mean, I hope that was insightful. And frankly, what you need to do at this point is to recognize that, you need to do a little bit of work. And I know this work because I've done it personally. You need to do a little bit of work with respect to recognizing your value and that it's not in your works. It's not. And how do I know? Because you know the truth. I know you because I am you. And here's how this works. How many people have you asked to do a favor and they said no and you hated them? 0. That's never happened. There's never been a point that you asked someone to do you a favor and they said no and you weren't going to be their friend anymore and thought they were terrible. So why do you think they're thinking that about you? We're all the same. We're all the same. So don't worry. How are you going to react to that situation? That's how they're reacting. They're not thinking anything about you. You're the one telling stories. Right? Okay. Yeah. Oh, wait a minute. Okay. All right. But you get the idea. And it's really just kind of a willful step of saying, okay, wait a minute, I don't want to feel this way anymore. I just don't want to feel this way. And maybe I have the capacity to not feel this way and let go of shame. It really stops us from living. It really stops us from being who we are. And all of our decisions are based on an imaginary desire that we think an imaginary personality wants. The other person that you are working with, that you're giving to, that you think you can't say no to, is pretending. Their personality doesn't even exist. Neither does yours. We're all playing a character because we have no choice but to. We're a blank slate that's forced to speak through our ego. The ego is the chooser of the words. The ego is the one that speaks. And now if we give agency to it and ignore that, then everything that you speak is just the ego, lies. It's not even true. And the other person is doing the same thing. And so unless you know that person has come to enlightenment and recognizes who they are speaking their ego, not their heart. But now you know that. And once you know that, you could do something about it. You can reverse the language and get a sense of what you really mean, and you can begin to work around the ego. Another way to get rid of it is to make it drunk on love, and we're going to talk about that later, how to just... An ego drunk on love has no voice. Which means that at that point, you can only hear and see and speak the truth. So how do you get your ego drunk on love? We're going to talk about that. You are created to be received. You are created to receive. It is all you are meant to do. Let me prove it to you. You're sitting here, laying in your bed, whatever you're doing. You've got a phone in your hand, however you're experiencing this stream. Okay? And you're taking in my voice into your ears, right? You're taking in light into your eyes. You're taking in sensation on your skin. Where I am, it's getting kind of chilly, and so there's a cold kind of sensation on my face. My feet are a bit cold. My toes are cold. Right? I'm taking in sensation on my body. So are you. Thoughts are entering my mind. Those aren't mine. They're a product of the brain. I'm just watching them, but they're there, right? And so what's actually happening in all these things? Vesta, thank you for coming. What's going on? I would love computer-generated music. You know who's really good at that? Brian Eno. Brian Eno is good at that, right? So we're receiving light. We're receiving sound. We're receiving smell, taste, touch, and thought. That's because that's all we can do. You are nothing more than an infinite point of reception that's occupying a body. That's all we can do is receive. Even the state of giving is not giving. We don't own the thing. We're just moving it. Like, if I pick this up and give it to you, did I give you something? Of course not. All I did is facilitate in its motion. The implication that I owned it before you and you now own it, we made up, right? And so there's no such thing. All you can do is receive. Receive what? Everything. Light, sound, taste, touch, smell. The totality of human experience through the different energies that are perceived by different organs. Some of them look like color, some of them sound like, but it's all the same thing. Music is just light at a lower frequency. And so don't worry about it. All you can do is receive. There's no other thing you can do. Right? And so let yourself have it. Receive this. You're in a place where you belong among really cool people, and you're going to be welcomed here always. You're never going to be judged. No one's going to ever think that you're wasting time. I get that all the time. You're so smart. I hate it when people start with that. But they have no idea. It's so cute. I actually have to giggle. It's like, you have no idea. Oh, really? Well, what do you do? And then I tell them, and they're like, oh my God, you're like really smart. Like, yeah, yes, no, has nothing to do with mine, brother. That's just a tool. My mind is a weapon. It's the war that we're talking about that matters. And what is that war? It's the war for love. It's the war for our actual existence. Not from some kind of crazy religious thing or some kind of Armageddon nonsense, but the fact that we are born and die. And what we do in the middle is up to us. And that can include ecstasy, bliss, the knowing of the other, pure joy, while we're alive, conversation with our higher selves, with our God, full direct knowledge. That's what this is. So being in the act of rejecting is a problem. Rejecting is the idea of the universe wanting to give to you and you saying no, which then converts the giving into lament. The universe cries. And when the universe cries, bad things happen because of resonance. The universe puts out sadness and everything in the universe around it. that is in that same space vibrates, and it activates negativity all over the place. Simply because you are rejecting. Imagine if you were God, looking down at keys and going, why wouldn't she say yes? I'm trying to give her joy, and she said no to me. Okay, well, maybe she's in a bad mood. And he watches and you're suffering, and he goes, oh, she's in pain. Okay, well, maybe if I give her this, oh, she didn't take it again? I just want you to be happy. Why won't you take it? How frustrating would that be, right? Imagine if you had a son or a daughter. I talked yesterday about my oldest daughter, Samantha, took a Superman dive down the steps and huge bump on her noggin. It was blood. It was horrible. Imagine if you had the power to touch it and heal it, and all she had to do was walk up and say, please heal me, and she wouldn't. And you sit there listening, watching her cry and sob in pain, and it's scared, and the blood's in her eyes, and you're like, honey, all you have to do is let me touch you, and there's no more pain, and it'll be... No. Right? It comes down to this whole idea that you have to just be open to the reality that, you are meant to receive. That's why you were born. And every moment that you don't allow that in, you're causing disease in your soul. You are denying the purpose of your existence, to know yourself and to receive it. So let me start with the first step. This is yourself. Everything. My voice is you. The colors in the room are you. This little dish of beads is you. Isn't that lovely? You're pretty. All right, so we got that out of the way. Now you know yourself. Receive it. Let yourself have the fact that you are okay to be happy. It's okay to be okay. I talked about this a few days ago. It's just that we have this compulsion of who wins? The one with the most pain. Who wins? The one who got the least sleep. That was me. I guarantee you I got less sleep than everyone in this room. I win. No, I don't. I'm freaking exhausted and I'm killing myself. Literally, it's killing me. Right? And so, come on. Why do we walk around thinking that the one who suffers the most wins? How about the one who takes the step to suffer the least and shares that knowledge? That's the winner. Be that. Because the information is there. It's for you right now. And what is that information? The sound of your voice calling to you since the beginning of your life, saying, please hear me. You're beautiful. You're smart. You know who you are. And you're just not listening. Because if you were, you'd hear it right now. You just did. Okay. I am reading Spiritual Essence. I guess the Keys. Keys. Her nickname's Keys. I call her Keys because her name is Spiritual Essence 88. So. But yeah. Snuggles from Canada. I bet you Canadians give good hugs. I don't know yet. But I bet you they do. So yeah, I don't know. I mean, I hope that was insightful. I'm going to pause and just ask you, and I'm going to scroll up a little bit and kind of catch up. Okay, NASA just dropped an image of the sun smiling. Really? Is that James Webb? I was so jazzed for James Webb. Oh my God, my daughter and I were glued, And then they put the first image out, and I was like, and then they put out the second, and I was like, could not wait. Everyone that came out was like, did they put out another Pillars of Creation? I missed it because I was busy doing this. And so when I'm finished with the stream, I'm going to jump on NASA's website and look up the new JWST stuff. Because, I mean, come on. Okay, where are you? You know what I'm using? LMMS, Missy. I'm using LMMS, which is a it's kind of clunky, but it's basically a sequencer slash I forget the name they call it, but there's some fancy name for a piece of software that lets you do like sequenced music. And I don't know, it's frustrating. It's very kind of clunky, and so it's hard to work with. And so, yeah, Vesta, I'm going to take a look at that image, and if it's something cool, then I'll put it up. Unless you have it really quickly and can like email it to me, and I can get it up or whatever. But I can look it up and put it up maybe tomorrow. Had another damn day. Yeah. Well, don't store it. If you're a giver and you store energy, that sucks, Missy, right? So just be a little more discerning about where you give, but don't stop. It's who you are. Let's be honest, right? But yeah, let's catch up here, and then we'll get to the second part of Spiritual Essences reading with the Oracle here, the Masculine Oracle. The brother. If this is Pearls of Wisdom, our story in stone, this could be the Rock of Truth. The Rock of Truth. The Tale of Tales. No, that actually has a double entendre. So, I'm a poet and didn't know it. All right, where yes, you are. Yep, you are meant to receive. That's just great. We're going to be speaking to Vesta in a minute, but right now I'm working with Spiritual Essence 88, who I've given the nickname Keys, at least for the evening, and if she keeps coming back, she's going to get a real name. Yeah, let's use the boy. And so just to be clear, if you haven't been witness to this, this is an oracle that I put together. This was the original, and I just thought maybe she needed a mate. And so I made her a mate. And this is the masculine version of that same oracle. Right? Different colors, same numerical system. I love that. Listen. Isn't that great? That ring is just great, and I love the sound it makes. Like there's actually energy. It sings, right? It sings. This one sings too. Okay, so you need some help getting over the fact that you aren't able to receive as well as you are able to give, and that balance is causing tension in your life. It's causing anxiety, it's causing fear, it's causing the ability, God forbid, that you did have a need that you would probably suffer longer than you needed to before you asked for help, which is just silly. We need to be advocates for ourselves. Who is going to take care of you if you don't? And those are two yous. There's the body and the person that's taking care of the body, so it's up to you. And let's be honest, if you put out energy to find your other and they show up and you're like in a mess, you're going to miss it. Be ready. Good things are coming and you want to be dressed for it, man. When they knock on the door, you don't want to scramble to get your hair brushed, right? When the world shows up, be ready for it, because it's like, what an opportunity. So let's take a look here. What I'm going to do is I'm going to just stir it while we're talking. And the whole goal of this is to just get the whole thing mixed up. I'm going to spin it a couple times, and then that's going to be the spirit center, and we're going to read it static and go from there, okay? So let's just catch up here. All right, Kitten likes the name. So the Rock of Truth, the Tale of Tales. Okay. stop it here. All right. Now, the way that we read this is the idea of the different points, referencing the different points on the pentagram. And so now they're very easy to memorize. It's really not hard, because if you do, you consider the wheel of the year, and we have Taurus. Now on your screen, it'll be Taurus and Leo, right? That's opposite for me, but Taurus and Leo, right? And so if we look at this cross here, we'll see on the in that yellow section where the pentagram is on top, those symbols going around there, we have Taurus on the bottom left and Leo on the bottom right. That's earth and fire. And then on top, air on the right and water on the left, right? And so there's sort of this idea of the opposites are across each other on that pentagram, okay? So if we see this line is going to be the opposite of fire and water, this line is going to be air and earth, right? And so let's just pop that up again, all right? So Leo and Aquarius are connected by a line, moving up to spirit, right? Same thing with earth and air, connected by a line, and then moving up to spirit, starting air, earth, spirit, water, fire, spirit. And then spirit descends once it's split into earth and fire, the two extremes, the ultimate solid and the ultimate non-solid. But anyway, there's a lot of ways to memorize that, right? Another way is to not memorize it and just reference it if you don't want to, and that's fine too. We're all humans. No one's going to judge you. Oh, we're going to be looking at that later. That's the wrong button. Okay, all right. So what we have here is we can read this by picking the spot that's in front of us or on top as the spirit point, okay? Or we can do is pick the stones and use the tarot based on that, right? And so now the last reading that I did using the oracle, I didn't pick tarot. And so maybe I should do that this time as an example. I kind of referenced it, but I didn't actually grab cards and show you how that works. So let's do a quick reading with that, and then we'll move forward. So, I think I have been suffering way longer than I need to. Okay, yeah, a second longer is way longer. And here's a beautiful little magic. I'm going to sort of drop this here, and I don't expect you to integrate it now, but here's the truth, okay? Suffering is an adjective, not a noun. So I'm just going to grab two beads, and then we're going to pick a card from that, and then that card's going to give us more cards, and those cards are going to give us truth. Okay, so let's do that. Just the color's pretty, isn't it? I don't know, something about that I like. All right. Fire. That's going to be a king or a knight. It's the knight in the Thoth system, and it's the king in the pixie. Air. Okay, so we have the king of sword. All right, king of sword. That's very cool. The king of sword is the fiery part of air, and what that references is the will being spoken. This is actually a beautiful card because oftentimes we speak our ego. We speak our heart. We speak all kinds of nonsense. It's not actually what we are or want, right? Instead, if we're able to, what we can do is recognize our true will, meaning that we've done the work. And then one of those things is that I've been wasting all this time. Suffering. I've been wasting all this time not being happy, not receiving. People are trying to give and give and give, and I'm like, I don't know, and not receiving this beautiful bounty that the world has wanted to bestow upon us. And now we can do that. And one of the ways to do that is to know your actual true will. Crowley called it attaining knowledge and conversation of your holy guardian angel. I've heard it referred to as your higher self. I've heard it referred to as your diva. Like, I've heard it referred to as your subconscious. None of those are right. But what we are referring to is the actual you. You see, we got tricked into taking a vacation. When we got sold the bill of goods, it was all correct. You're going to go to this amazing, wonderful, beautiful garden that you can experience the totality of human sensation across every micron on your body. Really? That sounds pretty fun. Yeah, it's a blast. You want to go? Sure. Okay, cool. I just want you to know, though, when you get there, you're going to forget that you came from here. Oh, that's fine. Okay. All right, are you sure? Yeah, no, it sounds like a blast, man. And then you got here and forgot. Okay, and then what do we forget? Well, we forgot where we came from. We forgot where we're going. And we forgot who we were. And so where did you come from? The beginning of time. Where there was no time, no space. You were the infinite point of reception that we talked about. That's what you were in the beginning. And then you decided to come here. And when you did, you needed to physically manifest. The planets happened. The stars happened. That inhale that drew in the breath to fuel the moment that you were going to speak the word into existence. That breath tore a hole in reality and gave birth to time-space. And then the planets came at that same place. That gravity began to weld together. And it was in that moment that stuff happened. Beautiful. And then that stuff needed somebody to play. And so there you were, enjoying this garden. It was really, really quite lovely. It's really something. But then something happened. There was a moment of saying, okay, well, I'm bored. I've seen everything. If only I had somebody to share it with. And you created, out of necessity, the other. And something happened at that moment. For the first time ever, since the beginning of your creation, which, by the way, was infinite, you wanted something other than yourself. You looked out into the world and recognized that you have the opportunity to create that other, and that's a very special thing. But now what happened is that when the other was created in your mind, there was this moment where you desired something outside of yourself, and so your will was split. There is the will that wants the truth, which is this beautiful dance that we've been having for ourselves since the beginning of time, and wanting something other than yourself for the first time ever. Scary. Because now there's questions happen, there's disagreements, there's tension, there's vortex, right? There's things rubbing against each other and friction. None of that happened. It was just a smooth conversation up until then. Heat, light, probability, possibility, suffering. Everything got split in two, and so now there's the upper and the lower world. Now there's good and bad. Now there's light and dark. Now there's hate and love. But they aren't. They're all the same thing. We just see them now as split. And so our will is separate. What the King of Swords is trying to tell us is that we are always in the act of speaking our will. The question is which one? And if we fall into the trap of forgetting that we're divine beings that came here to know and love each other, and instead get stuck into the zeitgeist of our identity, then we miss it. And it causes pain and suffering and disease. And we miss out on love and creation and bliss and ecstasy. And the only thing you need to do is to realize who's talking and enroll your own will in that speaking. The one speaking is the one creating. Make sure it's your will doing the speaking. That's all. And you know, what it comes down to here is this particular circumstance, which is that once we know what that will is, we get to have all kinds of fun with it. And so how do we know what that will is? Well, we don't have to do that. There's easier work. Get the ego drunk on love, and then it has no voice. It's that easy. How do you get the ego drunk on love? Show it the other. And then make sure it knows that it can have it if it shuts up. It's that easy. It's that easy. So let me peek up at the Brianna Morena. How have you been doing? It's been a while. You came in a couple days ago and then popped right back out. So we need to talk. You said, "Oh yeah, by the way, I'm having trouble with my pregnancy." Okay, bye. So hang out for a minute, would you? Unless it was my fault because my stream dropped, and then in that case, I'm calling you out, and that stinks, and it wasn't your fault, and I apologize. We can flip the script or twist the plot in any moment. That's true. And actually, Tanamara, we're already doing that, right? That's the point. She's so right, because we're already doing that. We're already pretending. We're already going through this process, so we might as well participate directly in it. We might as well take agency in the act. It's what we're here for. I love dark coffee. This particular one, I put a little too much sugar in, and I'm not upset. Mm-hmm. Yeah, the sip did not meet my expectation. It was sweeter than I expected, and then at first I'm like, and then I was like, I'll let myself have it, and it tastes great. Okay. Vesta keys. Yep. Mm-hmm. I love the thing you do with the cards. All right, so I can do that. I'll do that next. I think it's a choice. Yeah. A decision. A choice implies a limit to the number of options. There's no limit to the number of options. You're not making choices. You're deciding. Big, big difference. Do you want A or B? Neither. Hi and good night, everyone. I have one important question. Do you honestly believe that we are living in the end of times? No. Nope. I do not believe that we are living in the end of times. And let me explain to you why. Because I've read the Bible front to back twice in my life and can speak to that. You've come to the right place. I have one right here if you want me to actually jump to the quote. But basically the fact is that the myriad of people that are out there talking about Armageddon and pulling out all their evidence are really missing the one quote in the Bible that matters the most, which is that nobody will know when it's happening and anyone who speaks it is lying. That's the basic story. Like, no one can know when it's going to happen. I welcome it. Die daily. It's the only way to transform. And so if it's true that the world is ending, awesome, because guess what? That means I get to spend eternity in bliss with my other. Cool. Right now, I'm seeking. But there is no seeking there. The reality is that you exist there. You live at the end of time right now, looking out, waiting for yourself to catch up. When we read the tarot, we don't read the future. We recollect the past. We see the story that already exists. That's why it works. Because we were actually infinite beings at the end of time. How do we know how the story ends? We lived it. We wrote it. So it's pretty easy to remember, right? Think back to that time that thing happened in second grade, whatever. Like, you remember that like it was yesterday because we lived it. I'm not looking into the future. I'm recollecting the past. Whose past? Yours, mine, all of ours. It's really simple. And so, do I believe there is life after death? No, I don't believe we were ever born. Life is a lie. You are where you were when you started, and you will be there when you realize that you never left. And so there is no life after death. There is only life. There is no after. There is no death. That's my opinion. Alive. Dead. Alive. Dead. Okay. All right. Alive. Dead. Alive. Dead. Alive. Is it alive or dead? Depends on which one's pointed up, right? So I guess right now it's living because it's showing the circle. It's alive, right? No, it's dead. It's alive. No, it isn't. It's alive on top and it's dead on the bottom. Now it's dead on top and alive on the bottom. And the only difference is my perspective. When it was born, it drew lines. And when it dies, it's going to erase them. And the stone will remain unchanged. There was no born and there was no death. It's just the perspective that changes your state that you think that person's in, that you're in. There's no difference. There's no change. There's no difference. Powerful. Let's look at that. No difference. There's something I wanted to talk about today. I'm going to be showing a piece of visionary artwork from somebody that's a friend of the channel here. And before we do that, I'm just going to jump to a piece of poetry that also came from somebody that's a friend of the channel here for a different reason. I've gone through this exercise, which is so much fun. Anyone who's been here and been through this exercise where we pick songs and we see if they tell the story, right? Does it tell the story? The truth, the one truth. We've been through a lot of different songs. Oh, please. Thank you. Thank you for your trust. And pop in anytime, really. And so we've bumped into some crazy stuff lately with respect to this music. And, I put it out there. If you have any artwork, if you have anything that you've done that you think was relevant, if you bump into anything that you think is relevant. And I was having a chat today with a pretty super cool, smart, intuitive type with an artsy bend that sent me some poetry that she likes. And it turns out, unbeknownst to her, that I'm a huge fan of Shel Silverstein. Of course, who isn't? Anybody with a high IQ that's like into like funk is going to love Shel Silverstein. It's one of those things. He's so smart. And by the way, I mean, Dr. Hook, man, come on. Dr. Hook? So good. So, yeah, Sylvia's mother. Anyway, so end of the day, though, she sent me a couple of poems from Shel. And one of them is absolutely bullseye the story, and so that's the one I chose to read tonight. It's called No Difference. And it's just really, really great. And consider the story and then one truth as I'm reading. And you'll hear it, okay? Yeah, starting at the end to get to the beginning. Right. The circle. And that's the truth. Mm-hmm. That's how this all actually works. And we're going to get there when we talk about the world card and so forth and the star and what that means. So, no difference. Small as a peanut, big as a giant. We're all the same size when we turn off the light. I love that. That's so good. That's so good. Rich as a sultan, poor as a mite. We're all worth the same when we turn off the light. Red, black, or orange, yellow or white. We all look the same when we turn off the light. So maybe the way to make everything right is for God to just reach out and turn off the light. Thank you for sharing this with me. There it is. When it hits you, it's just, I can't not giggle. I mean, like, really. And I've talked about it before with respect to the work of the hermit and the tower, right? I'd say die daily all the time, and it's the only way to transform and rebuild and all these things. Healing is a lie. You want to transform instead of heal. Why go back to what you were when you could be new? That's all great, but where does that happen? Where's the actual place that work takes place? In the dark. Because when you're in the dark, you're forced to use something other than your eyes, and so you can't be lied to anymore. What's big and what's small, it doesn't matter. Big and small are useless concepts in the real world, the world of love. And so darkness is the only place that you can go that you can actually confidently recognize just the truth. Because when you walk into the darkness correctly and you allow yourself that fear, knowing that you're going to be afraid and doing it anyway, what happens is out of necessity, your mind, your spirit, and your body, they plot to help the heart. And courage is born. And you walk into the darkness brave. You're still scared, but you had the courage to do it. You had that energy to do it. And you walk into the dark, and while you're in there, you realize, okay, it's a little scary, but not really. I'm just not sure. I'm not scared. I'm just don't know. Okay. And as some time passes and you get more comfortable in there, you're going to start to see that little, maybe a spark of light. It's very dim, but and that's you. That's your recognition. What's happening is now you've been in there long enough to recognize that, wait a minute, all those lies are gone. I feel different. I don't feel like me, but I don't feel like pain. And then the light gets a little brighter. And then it dawns on you that that light, for the first time ever in your life, is you casting your own light instead of reflecting the light of the world. Which is what we do. We reflect the world, and so people see the world in us, not ourselves. But when we cast our own, something very special happens. That light can only shine on truth. I've talked about that as far as transforming with the ego, the voice of the ego. When you are able to suppress the ego, then the only thing that can be heard or spoken is truth. It's that same idea. Same idea. And now you're in a very cool place. The fear is gone. The light is shining. And because of the type of light and the nature of it, it can only shine on truth. So now you're seeing everything that's true. And all the lies are gone. They're not even visible to you. They don't even exist in your world. Bang, the lights are on. You're out of the dark. And you'll never be back there again, because now you have that truth, and that truth stays with you forever. That you were that darkness. And through the work, it's gone. You're transformed. You're renewed. Renewed into what? An empty cup. Ready to be filled by whatever it is that you choose to fill it with. Special. None of that happens in the light. None of that happens without fear. So maybe the way to make everything right is for God to just reach out and turn off the light. Amen. Please do. Some people out there need help, and they're not getting it because they're scared. Thank you, Shell. That's serious. Okay. So, let's take a look. So, Luana, thank you for your patience. The star and the world. Let me grab them both so that you have a visual here, and then we're going to talk about what you were looking at. The world is referred to either as the first or the last card of the tarot, because it's basically the goal of the work. It's the unified being. So if we came into this world as a singular consciousness that then split into two wills, which we talked about actually. It came up in that reading, which was great. Of course, it always will, because this system is perfect, and therefore it reflects the truth. But that came up in the reading, that splitting of the wills, right? And that happened. And now, one of the ways that you can talk about that is that the male and female divine split, right? But another way to talk about that is that there's this separation of our higher and lower selves. There's the conscious mind that we used to take in our world, and then there's the subconscious mind that is the archetype world that provides that vocabulary. Like, it's the one that stores the stuff and makes symbols and meaning out of it, feeds it to the ego internalizes it, personalizes it, and puts it out in the form of a personality, right? And that's what the ego does. It's the chooser of words. And so if we're able to recognize that and understand the separation between our higher self and the voice that's being chosen, then what we can do is to integrate the ego fully. It's the destruction of the self. It's essentially the work of the tower, right? allowing that dissolution, going into it on purpose so that we can be destroyed and then rebuilt. And what happens is, as a side effect, the star. So the person that's on the star card is the person that has gone through that and is now in a state of oneness, enlightenment. The source of her will is divine, it's truth, it's her will. So this is a person who is in the state of enlightenment, who has just walked out of the inner sanctum and now knows the truth. Okay, that's the star. The star is the real you. So let's take a look at it. The Frida Harris version is so beautiful. I actually know somebody who got this as a tattoo on her forearm. Okay. And if you'll see the cards like Temperance, she's spilling in a different manner. The two are spilling, but in a different manner. Temperance, the spills are going from one cup to another, maintaining that. Here, it's just freely being poured onto her and then into the world. Okay, great stuff. The Sevenfold Star of Babylon. Now, I want to show you this. This is a very frequently with Frida Harris. She painted the same card multiple ways on purpose because they're holographic versions of themselves, and so this has an analog. And the analog of this card is strength. It's the other side of the star. This is when you give in to the physical and you identify with your body instead of your higher self. And so this is her identifying with the higher self. The strength card in the Crowley system is called lust. And it's really a warning about the fact that strength, if applied improperly, is basically just giving your ego power. And although you may feel empowered and may feel like things are working for you, they're not. You're actually just a tool for your ego, fooling you into thinking you're the one making the choices. But ultimately, the fact that you're happy is an accident. And it doesn't matter if you're happy, according to your ego. Your ego doesn't care about you. It really doesn't. Same card. So just meditate on that for a second. These two cards are the same. This person is in a state of bliss in her oneness. This person is in a state of bliss of her wanting, or being wanted. She is in bliss of being wanted. Let's let that catch up. Okay. And she is in the state of bliss of wanting nothing. Ultimate having, ultimate wanting. What does she want? To be had, to be wanted. Isn't that funny? All I want is to be wanted. I want nothing. I am everything. I have everything. And so, the world, the universe, is a very different kind of energy, actually. It's what that is what it is the only thing that's actually happening or ever happened or going to happen. This is just simply, this is the actual thing occurring. Right? When I told Keys the story about her creation and just being bored and deciding and all that stuff, this is what was occurring prior to that. This is beautiful infinite dance forever and ever of that one person knowing oneself and enjoying every moment of that knowing. And then just out of virtue of the fact that part of that knowing will include three-dimensional existence, it just happened because it was part of the dream, right? And this is what's been occurring since the beginning of time. And here's that what I talked about. There's those 4 suits that you can use to kind of as a guide for the cross. But don't use the universe because these are swapped and all kinds of stuff. This funky magical math going on here. But you get the idea. And so the difference here is, and again, there is a beautiful analog visually here on purpose. That's not an accident. She's here faced that way, curled this way. She's there faced that way, curled that way. Here she's receiving the light and the cup. Here she's dancing with the light and the serpent. in all these ideas, right? But they're very, very similar in nature. The difference is that this is you and I, right here, right now in the world, experiencing this lucidly while we're here. This is the reality that never actually left infinite time space, and reality never happened. We are the dream. This is the dreamer. We're the dance. This is the dancer. We're the song. This is the singer, right? And so that's the short version of the difference between those two cards. And ultimately, the world / universe is the first card and the only card of the tarot. Okay. How bad did it freeze? Did it drop freeze, or did it just freeze? Okay, I just flipped over to YouTube, and I'm seeing 2:22 and a couple of seconds. And I'm at 2:20 and yes, okay. I'm a couple minutes behind. That's quite a delay. But it looks like it looks like it didn't drop. I don't want to jinx it, but it looks like it didn't drop. Sometimes I don't know, and I'll be talking to myself for quite some time before I realize it. Okay. Alrighty. But so, yeah, does that make sense? Does that... Was I able to communicate the main difference, or is there a clarification with respect to the... this is for Luana. With respect to the difference between the world and the star? Okay, good. I'm glad. I'm jealous. I was on with Tanamera today on Messenger, and she has like a clean camera, great sound, good lighting. I'm so jealous. You know, and she's using a totally different setup than me, but I really like just the stuff works, man. I don't know. But she went into some like insane kind of energy though of like figuring her tech shit out because she was tired of that being a limitation in her life, and so she said, "It's time to learn this," and did it, and good for her. And it worked out. She's got a nice looking setup there, and the camera's clean. I just have to figure out the router. And I'm going to be buying the Cat 6 cable tonight. It's in my shopping cart. I just haven't clicked the button. Is it really? Is it really? Very cool. Dia de las Muertes. Yes. Awesome. That's cool. We're coming up on All Saints Day soon, right? We got Thanksgiving here in the United States. Boxing Day is coming up soon for our friends to the north. There's a lot of stuff going on, man. Wow, we got some stuff going on. It's that time of the year. It's getting chilly. It's Michaelmas. Michaelmas. That's right. And actually, that got evolved. It got shifted around and moved around and stuffed into other holidays. There's a bunch of different holidays that then became All Saints Day. Michaelmas started in September and then evolved over years and stuff. But, yeah, cool. That's funny stuff. Really. So that said, let's see, one is inside and one is... So right. That's so great. I have to just soak that in for a minute visually and have that. Thank you, Luana. That's great. Also, now that don't forget that every two has a third. Now we're saying something here, right? Okay, so you see, this is the actual story. Same story, three perspectives. This is the higher world, heaven. The supernal triad, no, the Ein, never left Ein. Here we have the lower world, right? This is the Klipot. This is Lilith in her shell, waiting to get out of the husk so that she can radiate her Sephirot. Instead, she is in Klipot, being prevented from shining. And then we have the star, which is the actual only thing that's true. Because here's the deal, Luana. What's that? Did you? Hang on now. Don't worry, we're going to clarify it together. It's okay, you're going through it. Here's the deal. there's only one inside, and that's the real world, and this is the one that's inside. Why is this inside? Because she's outside? Because there is no outside. Outside is inside. Huh? Right, so there's the infinite, and inside the infinite, the universe is born. So the infinite universe is actually finite inside of the actual infinite. Huh? Exactly. We're talking about infinity here, Luana. Don't beat yourself up. No, but all kidding aside, this is the only real. And now this had this experience of wanting to manifest, right? And so how did it go about doing that? It went about doing that by splitting. But in that split, some things happened, and Lilith happened, Adam happened. Lilith wasn't happy with the fact that Adam was supposed to be above her, and so she left. She grew wings and flew away. Actually, it was a serpent, but she became a winged serpent and flew away. And so these are really just lies. These are just different interpretations of the same moment looked at from a different angle. This is the dancer, and that's Lilith, right? In the mind of God. But now let's speak about this. I said this to somebody recently. That was, it clicked in me, and I'm going to just use it forever now because it makes a lot of sense. As far as trying to describe what these poles mean. What are these? Let's keep the star in the middle. What they are black and white. The extremes. The poles. Right? So this is the one pole of divine brightness. And this is the other pole of divine darkness. Okay, and so what they really represent symbolically, and this is important. I'm so glad you asked this question because it led me to this important thing here. This is the idea of the extremes. These are the things that tell us how far can we go, good and bad. One is represented by the black pillar, and one's represented by the white pillar on the tree of life, right? And these pillars represent those polarities. Let me get rid of my cross. See the black one on the left and the white one on the right? Those are the different polarities of the positive and negative energies, right? And so that's what these represent. What these represent are those different poles. And what they really are is a symbolic understanding that we are actually in between those both, but more importantly, those each individually represent the extremes on either side. And so the breadth of that experience, that possibility. But now we know the truth, though, that's infinite. How far in goodness does infinite go? How far does badness go? It's infinite. So these two don't actually exist. They don't actually exist. And what is the range of goodness? Infinite. Badness? Infinite. So these two poles are actually the same thing, which doesn't exist, which are just the extremes of each polarity. And all that really exists is an interplay of these two forces going back and forth in our minds as far as the vibration that ultimately actually just creates this as the one only thing that's real, which is just the different tones of gray infinitely that coalesce through our will, through our attention. And so these are really just, if you want to know what they are, these two are just the extremes, and this is the thing that is the average, the mean, the probability distribution collapsing to the wave function, or the wave function collapsing, and the probability distribution hitting 1. This is the 1. This is the wave. Okay. Let's see. Mm-hmm. Wow. I haven't seen that word written down in a while. The entities? There's a great section on that in the Secret Teachings of All Ages. Great book. I was just reading that a couple of weeks ago. What are we baking with honey? I think I have to scroll up. Somebody's baking. Applesauce? Apple juice. Applesauce. Okay. I'll do now because I don't want to be mean, but this is day 2 and it's getting loud. Yeah, do it while you have the energy. I wish I could. Not much of a cookie lover. What's getting loud? What did I miss? I missed something. I'm trying to Morse code it. That's funny. Isn't that funny trying to like read a nervous tick? That's cute. There's an oracle. Oh my gosh. Tenamera. Guess this is a great. Are you ready for the best oracle idea ever? You know, somebody with Tourette's counting their ticks. That's classic. You know, or somebody that has a, you know, like a nervous tick where they tap their foot constantly, or, you know, something along those lines. That'd be funny. Okay. So, there you go. You're welcome. I don't know, and I hope that was clear, you know, that provided clarification. Another good resource for those kinds of questions would be the Book of Thoth. And I have a link that I put. I'm starting to play with some of the toys on my channel, so I'm finally getting some things together. And I put a bunch of links that I believe are relevant. If I have a link on my YouTube channel, you can trust that I trust that person at least. And that I put them through my strict ringer of it being authentic information, and it's useful, and it's in these things. So there's a lot of links there to sacredtext.org, which includes all of the documents that are publicly available in the OTO, as well as, I mean, virtually every holy document ever created by human beings is on that website. But there's also other resources that I've linked up there as well that may be able to provide some guidance on that. But ultimately, the best place to go would be the source, which would be either the Book of Thoth or Aleister Crowley's, or Understanding Aleister Crowley's Thoth Tarot by Milo DuQuette. Those books are both great. And I would say for you, I would go with the DuQuette book. Understanding Crowley's Thoth Tarot by Milo DuQuette. It's not really, although it's effective at that, it's not really a book about Thoth Tarot. It's a book about the tarot using the Thoth system, because it's, you know, the progenitor and the art is you know, this is the best example of the Thoth system. But you could use any tarot deck with that book, and it'll unlock a lot of this stuff and answer a lot of those types of questions, right? So yeah, I'm sorry, is my reading over? I think so. Didn't we? Or no, did I not? I could be a bit scattered, and so if I missed it, let me know. One, two, Twitch, three. No. Yeah, this is not an echo chamber. We, you know, as many personalities as possible, contributing to this community, to the conversation, to what we're doing here. So yeah, you know, just totally love it. The Sesame Street theme song. Now, you know, I've told many times, if it speaks the truth, that truth will be spoken in the first couple of words or sentence, right? So, like, if you look at the owner of a lonely heart, yes, that we looked at a couple of days ago. The first words, move yourself. The first two words, speak it right there, right? So, what is the opening line to the Sesame Street theme song? Sunny days, sweeping the clouds away. I forget the next line. Can I get a reading, please? Would love some guidance. Absolutely, yes. Do this then. My rule is, if it's a free reading, I pick the question. But the point is you're going to get the truth. You can also maybe throw in what direction you want me to go in, and I'm most likely just going to answer your question. But if you wanted something specific, then it's something. But I'll be happy to answer your question. Put down. Oh, you do a good Elmo? That's cool. What do I do? Who do I do that's good from Sesame Street? Well, hey, bird. No. I guess I could probably do Stufflepigus. Maybe Oscar. I haven't tried Oscar. I used to be able to do Ernie. Hey, bird. That's not bad. I don't have the voice for that anymore. It's too high. Oh, which one? I don't know if I can still do this, so I'm probably just going to look like a fool, but I'm going to try to do Kermit. It's not that easy being green. No, I can't do it anymore. I can't do the nasal thing. Where's the noise? Hang on. Wow, yeah, I have to practice that. I lost that ability. There's a flap in the back of the throat that you have to move to get the proper nasal to do Kermit, and I lost it. Yes, understanding Aleister Crowley's Sloth Tarot. It's orange, and it has the Princess of Wand on the cover. And while Macaulay is typing his question. Okay. Current love situation, no problem. Sure. I can do that. Mm-hmm. I don't remember. And again, if I got off track, I apologize. And so we can continue that. Okay? Keys. And again, just let me know. Reach out and we can do a private, or I can email, or if I find I go back in the video and it looks like I didn't complete it, I'm really sorry. That's not my intent. But we'll correct that. Obviously, I want you to have a good experience and feel like that you got guidance and you got your $2 worth. It matters to me that you feel that. Always. That's what integrity is, right? Okay, so... Okay, great. Okay, so I don't remember. And what you can do if you'd like to is I do keep these videos up, and so your reading will be up, and it'll be there for you to read to go back to. But yeah, okay. That is funny. Although it's also low-key racist. So okay, let's see. Okay. All right, so I'm gonna do a love reading for Macaulay real quick, and let's see how did he phrase this. A reading in my current love situation. Okay, so that means you do have a current love situation, even if it just means slow, empty, or is it dynamic and wonderful and beautiful and everything, and you just want to come in here to brag to everybody when I do a reading, and it's like, oh man, no, looks like you're married to a perfectly billionaire person that just loves you and is like totally beautiful and awesome, and you just want us to see, but reality though is we'll take a look at that when I get back. I'm just going to take a step away, heat my coffee, and go from there. Okay, and the reading I'm going to give you right now is going to be a Mind, Body, Soul. It's a 3-card starting, and then if I decide that we need more cards to get to the heart of that, then we'll do that, okay? And so in the meantime, do me a favor. I don't need the year. If you can just plug into the chat your month and day of birth, and I'll be right back, and then we'll do your reading, okay? So you're next. This is for Macaulay. Alrighty. Let's do this. Oh, did it really? Oh, that's awesome. I'm glad. That's so special. I'm glad you like the name. I try to be clever about it, you know? January 24th. Cool. Great. Oh my God. I graduated high school in 93. Wow, that's cool. But yeah, so that said, if it froze, I'm sorry. I was thinking about it actually while I was heating my coffee up. I did. What I did for your case is I picked 2 beads and then chose the card from it, and then I went to the wheel and I read the wheel. Right? That's one of the beauties of this vocabulary, is when you become savvy with the language of the tarot, it allows you to read anything. You don't need to read the cards. You could read literally the room I'm in by looking at a piece of your vision and exploring the color patterns, exploring the densities of those colors, the textures, and then asking yourself, what is the element I'm looking at? How is that element going to transform? I used this example yesterday with this mask here. Oh, shoot, maybe I shouldn't touch it. This is a mask. And what is it? Is it a wand, a cup, a sword, a pentacle? It's a cup. Because it's waiting for a face. It's wanting. It's an empty cup waiting to receive something. It's waiting to receive a face. What is it now? Right. Now it's a pentacle. Or is it? No, it isn't. It's a sword. Why? Because it's talking. It's showing you something other than me, and it's speaking a different voice. So now it's a sword. So it went from a cup to a sword. And the total persona, the personality of the person that's now been given the permission to emerge because the mask is on, the mask itself, the whole package is the pentacle. Right? And so it's that idea of saying, you know, what element are we talking about here? What's the thing we're looking at? And so you can have that experience by just interrogating the universe, the world around you, the shapes, the colors, the feelings, the smells, the music, the sound, if any. All of these things can be used as a vocabulary for reading your environment. And when you become savvy with the vocabulary and you become fluent in your own language, how your mind speaks it compared to your heart, which is different. Your heart doesn't use words, it uses feelings. Your mind uses words. Who? Your ego uses words. Your mind uses truth through the ego. Your body speaks a different language. It speaks the language of sensation. And sensation engages the heart to define it. Feeling, heart, good. Feeling, heart, bad. No. Feeling, period. Headache, real. Bad, heart. Feel with the body, leave the heart out of it. There's no definition. It's not pain, it's just sensation, right? And so it's that idea. We have that capacity to have that conversation at all times, and so it doesn't matter what we're interrogating. So what I wound up doing is I pulled 2 beads. It led me to the Knight of, I forget what it was. Oh yeah, Sword. It was a knight. No, King of Sword. King of Sword. Right, the fiery part of air. And we had that conversation. So if you go back to that part of the stream when I pulled this out and took out 2 beads and then pulled a card, that was for you. Okay. And then I read the wheel. It was about reading the wheel, which is the same as the cards. Okay. So let's shuffle for Macaulay and go from there. Let's think about a good deck for a love reading here. Let's see what I have in the Oracle box. fun deck. Not bad for love either. Gustav Klimt. It's pretty. Not bad for a love deck. It's actually very good for a love deck. Let's do that. Okay, let me just set this aside and make sure I have them all, because these are all kind of crowded in this one little box, sharing their love with each other, but it gets a little unruly at times. Yeah, I know for the OCD people out there are like cringing at what they're seeing right now, but that's okay. They're just pictures. It's just cardboard. The truth is in you. It's in you. It's okay. I think that's everything. Yep. Okay, good. Look at this beautiful image. See that on the bottom? Beautiful. Just lovely. All right, so we're looking at a general reading about love. Let's just jump to the wheel and get your deacon and look at some stuff related to your birth, right? So we're looking at January 24th, which is going to appear toward the top area there. You're going to see December, January. And January 24th is under the Five of Sword, which is represented by the energy of Venus in Aquarius. Now, you're born under the Sun Aquarius, but your deacon is Venus in Aquarius, which is represented by the Five of Sword. And now what the Five of Sword is the card related to, it's an image of 5 children up on a hill battling it out. That's the Five of Pentacles. What are you talking about, Michael? The fight is related to, in this case, communication. The Five of Wands is the wills battling to see who wins, which is a different circumstance than the Five of Sword. I apologize. The Five of Sword is an energy of communication, but there's a conflict. It's sort of like too many voices, and one of them is the dominant. So in the Wand, where they're all equally kind of battling it out, and it's more of a playful banter, it's sort of boys seeing who's going to win the fight. It's a little different when you get into the Sword, because the Sword is actually, there's a manipulation, there's a manipulative energy. There's one of those people is benefiting while the other 2 that are enrolled in this are not, and that one person is did not earn it. And so there's this idea of a person being used and a user, and there's a third in that process that is watching the whole thing unfold, knowing that it's wrong, and is having to be put into the decision of, do I act and look bad to the person that's in power, but not they haven't earned their respect, or do I do the wrong thing and watch this person just get victimized, or am I the victim, or am I the one stealing? So you have to consider that, right? They certainly are. 5 being karmic is true. 5 is the very important number, because that's the moment where things become physically manifest. 4 is still holy. It's the archetype of 3D happening, and so it's important. But 5 is the first time it takes place, right? And that's when we take the holy name of God, the Yod-Heh Vav-Heh, the Yehovah, the Yahweh, and we install the Shin, this very holy number Shin, the fire, which is 5, the hand, into the name of God, and we get Yeshua, God as man, Jesus. Right? And that Shin inside of the holy name is that 5, and that 5 is the interplay of all elements to create physical reality. That's why there's 5 of these beads representing those 5 main elements, right? The whole of manifestation through that. So just to be clear, that's related to your deacon. So what that means is that with respect to love, you're either going to be used or a user, or you're going to be in the middle, and you're going to kind of feel like that you're not sure how this is supposed to play. But the point is that you have a very strong compass for justice when it comes to people who are benefiting from the work that they didn't do, and you're sensitive to that. Perhaps you've been through that in your life because it's an energy that's present in you, or sort of energetic DNA, that you go through that trial of being able to recognize that people are being used, and then being in a position to either ignore it or step up and do the right thing. And you have to be the one to make the decision if you're going to do that based on how it benefits you or the people around you and your energy. Okay? And so we're going to use that moving forward as a basis for how you react with respect to the combination of your communication of your desire to the other, and how they're going to receive you, so that that combination can take place and love can happen. Love's a conversation, and if you're speaking the wrong words, then you're not going to be heard properly, and that's important. Yeah, okay. Wow. That's cute. Just beautiful poetry comes out of your mouth, Tanamara. I tell you what, it really is just... It's like silk. Okay. What your heart is actually speaking. What it's actually saying. What is actually being heard. What it wishes was heard. What's being heard. They may be the same. They may be different. They're often different. They're usually different. It's probably going to be different. It depends. If you've enrolled your body and your mind in the same thought process, you could be fine. But if not, then it's typically a battle. A Tweedlebeetle battle in a bottle with a puddle and a paddle. It's a Tweedlebeetle bottle paddle battle. What can be done? The actual action work card. What do you need to do in order to unify these two things so that your truth is being heard? Because why do you want your truth to be heard? Resonance. If you have a guitar in your room with an F string and I hum an F, that string will vibrate. And so right now you are putting out a certain word. That word is your will, the intent, the desire, the thing that you are calling out saying, this is who I am. Don't you want that? And you are getting back what's attracted to that. That's not who you are. What we need to do is to find out your word and speak it. That's your word. Okay? And so that's the card we're going to look at last. The first thing is what is your heart actually saying? And what it's saying is the Tower. What it's saying is destruction. It's hurting. Your heart is saying, I'm empty. I'm no longer what I used to be. This thing hurt really bad, and am I ever going to be the same again? Oh my God, what am I going to do? There's a fear. There's a concern. There's a, it's like nothing will ever be the same again. Let's read this again. I had to stop listening because as much as I wear a mask, I'm okay. You sugarcoat the BS I'm going through. Wow. That's fine. Well, Missy, don't forget, I owe you a reading, and we haven't spoken on the phone yet. There's a lot that we need to kind of work out, and it's got to include that, right? So I won't be sugarcoating anything. I'm going to be straight up. But yeah, that's going to be interesting. And the masks that we wear, let me be clear about that. We think we're walking around in our world. This is also relevant to Macaulay because this is going to matter. You know, we walk around thinking that we change out masks. We go into our job and we put on our work mask. You know, this is who I am, and this is the motivation behind the work that I do, and here's the work itself and all these things that you put out. And then you go into your other world. You got to stop on the way home from work and grab some milk. And so you go into the store. You don't have your work mask on. You have your other one. The more friendly, casual one, because you're like days over and you're going home and you know the person behind the counter because they're there every day. And So it's a slightly different mask that you put on, right? And then you get home. Don't forget the different mask that in the car by yourself, right? You get home, you open the door, there's your mate. You put on the mate mask, which is also different depending upon the mood in the morning and what you're expecting walking in the door, right? And so we switch these masks out all day, and that's what we think we are, but that's not the case. It turns out what we are is that we're the mask waiting for a face, and the face is a lie. There is no personality. We choose it. We create it, right? We decide it as we go. And so if that's the case, then really all we are is the mask, and we're the one changing the face that fills it. And don't forget that. And as long as we do that, we recognize that we can decide that face at any moment. We decide the personality because we're doing that anyway. And so, Macaulay, what your heart is speaking is loss. And it feels like it will never be the same again. Something has changed, and it's a permanent change. I'll be clarifying that a bit more in a moment. What we're going to look at now is what's, if this is what your heart is speaking, this is what's actually being heard. If you're attempting to enroll the universe in your will, this is what the universe is hearing. Okay? The Magician. What the universe is hearing is, I'm okay. I have the tools. I know what I'm doing. I understand what has to be done, and I'm willing to do that work. There's a level of confidence and mastery that's come from it too, that there's a certain little bit of understanding that's happened here. You have learned a little bit through this loss. And that little bit that you've learned has given you a little bit of a boost, because whatever this loss is or was profound. It was significant. And through that loss, a little piece of you that was hidden was reemerged, a light was shined on it. And because of that light being shined, this increase has begun to come. Now, here's another very important thing about the Magician. The Magician is in a state of impressing the Empress. He's going to become her mate. And then the two of them are going to move into a totally different phase where she is now the nurturer of that circumstance and becomes the true Empress of her Emperor, not just the family. She's no longer the mom. She is the consort. She is the mate. She is the object of the desire of the king. Okay, and so what the Magician is showing is that stage. This is actually positive with respect to love, because it's showing that there's a possibility here that due to the fact that you've reached this new confidence, making it through the tower period of time, that you will begin to be seen as somebody that's got a little bit of control and mastery and confidence, and that's attractive. People are attracted to somebody who feels like they know what they're worth, right? And so that's what's being heard. I'm okay, and I have this, and I'm strong. Now, it could be a lie, because, you just went through the tower, and that's pretty revealing. And so this Magician might just be the mask. This Magician might just be the thing you're showing people so that they don't see the real you. Now, this thing in the middle is the thing you should do to unify these two things. And again, what's the point of unifying these? Because if we take a look at where you're coming from, what your heart wants to say, and what's being heard, and they're not the same, that's not going to work. So now we can create change based on what we know the result that we want is. I want purple. I walk into a red room and it's red all over the place. Well, easy. I just add a little blue. I walk into a green room and I want purple. Slightly harder work, but not really. You just balance it out to make gray and then throw in a red and blue. Easy. You just got to know what you're working with, right? And so let's find out what the do is. The Chariot. How beautiful is this? First of all, so let's just take a moment. Gustav Klimt really understood shade. And this is also, he was the first multimedia artist. Very often with his art, he had like gold inlay with cloth glued onto it and all these textures. And he was just really a fascinating artist. Really to get at the core of the texture and of the myriad of the human experience, right? And so what the Chariot refers to is twofold. It's the idea of the driving force steered, motion or lack of, and that being a decision, a will, a choice. However, it's not singular. The card of the Chariot refers to this fact that there's the person steering, but then there's also the fact that that person steering has to contend with the animals that are pulling the chariot. The chariot doesn't move on its own. It requires the two animals in the front to get up and move. And if they don't, you ain't moving. And how do you do that? Well, you have to enroll them in that process. You have to convince them that that's the direction that we should all be going. You steer, they pull. If you don't steer, you crash. If they don't pull, you don't move. So the chariot is ultimately a lesson that if you're on a good path feeling good, that's because you have enrolled others. You're not alone in that. And the thing that you have to continue to bring into the thing that you want is yourself. To try to get out of the way of the ego, which is going to try to be what you think she wants. This doesn't work. Be who you are. And when you are you, which is cool, you've already been through the tower, dude, so you're already naked. Like, there's nothing to be afraid of now other than just putting on the real you so that when you step into the circumstance that you are in the presence of the other, they see you for you, which is what they want. Otherwise, they're going to see the fake you and go, oh, this isn't what I want. I thought this was him, but it's not. Yeah, it is, and they missed it because you were wearing the wrong outfit. You were pretending to be something that you're not. And when the real love came into your life and they saw something other than you, and that's not what they want. And when you put yourself out authentically, what happens is that you shine light instead of reflecting it. You cast your own, and it draws the attention of those who like that light through resonance. And so now you're going to find people who are real friends, people who care about you, and your love interest will be real because they're going to want you without the expectation, without the thing that you pretended to be so that they would like you, that now you have to be forever, even though it's not who you are, to maintain that relationship. How dumb is that? And for what? So it's more important to be happy, fulfilled, authentic. And in that, you will find many loves. You'll find support for the things that you want to do in life. And it's just overall genuinely happy. And more importantly, that chariot moves on its own. You can let go of the reins and the animals know where you're going because they are your will. And so now you've communicated that and you don't even need to steer. You get to lay back and just let karma take you where you belong. That's the power of the chariot if you allow it. And how lucky are you that you started this whole thing with the tower. You started this whole process by being utterly destroyed, making room for the rebuilding. So how cool is that? And when it comes to love, you will find her. When you begin to become the steering and the one that's pulling. So I'm going to pause and ask you if you want any clarification on anything, and then we'll continue from there. I wonder sometimes because my delay is long, so I wonder how long is appropriate to wait before I continue. Let's adjust the chat here. See if I missed anything. No, doesn't look like it. Okay. All right. Well, Macaulay, that's the gist, and I'm happy to elaborate on that if you'd like. I'll keep the reading up, so if you jumped off or weren't able to be here for the completion of it, it'll be up on the video, and so feel free to watch it anytime you'd like, and give me a call if you want clarification. You can text me at this number, email me over here. Okay. Good, great. And so what are your thoughts then on the action card? Did that make, because that's the card that matters here. And so if you don't get that card, this is a waste. And so what are your thoughts on the Chariot? Do you understand what I mean by enrolling your higher self and the difference between what you want and what it wants? And if it's not together, you ain't moving. That's a biggie. Right? And we can discuss what that destruction of the tower means, because you may be going through it right now. You'll tell me, you'll know if it happened. All right? Okay, I have been through a tower in the recent past, but actually feel empowered. Okay, well then that's exactly what what I saw. Right, that's exactly what I saw. Right, and now the action is, what do you do with that knowledge now? And what you do is realize that the empowerment is the dissolution of the ego. And so your real self is beginning to emerge. And when you start to feel that vibration of truth, it's huge. A lot of anxiety is dropped, and you don't feel as anxious all the time. There's a lot of advantages there that you just can't get any other way other than truth. Right? And one of the things that comes from that is peace. The peace of knowing the reality that you're never alone. That no matter where you are, you're among friends, that you're loved. And that you have permission to receive that love, permission to receive that friendship, permission to fail, make mistakes, have a bad day. Permission to be happy and empowered and feel good about yourself when you made something. To feel good about other people doing good. And to let yourself go of expectation, because expectation is the mother of disappointment. And personality is the mother of expectation. And so when we let go of who it is that we think that we are and allow ourselves to go through the tower and destroy that fake personality, and we get to, through our actual will, build that new will, a new personality, the expectation is aligned. And there's no disappointment. The decisions are natural, so there's no questions. Your actions are aligned with your body, and so you're barely ever sick. And when you get sick, you bounce quick. It's a beautiful state, and it's the state you are meant to live in. All right. Right? Truth. And you know, it's too, if you happen to pop in and out of here, Macaulay, I may never see you again, and if I don't, it was a pleasure, and I really appreciate your trust. I appreciate you coming in here and engaging with this wonderful family of people in here. And you're welcome. You're welcome to come here anytime and to pop in and ask a question or just watch. If you found any value, please like the video. But if you do wind up coming back in here, you're going to learn a lot of what we do here is talking about the truth. And a lot of the ways that we do that is through demonstration. We talk about it by showing it. And one of the things that we do is we build love for each other, and we send it across time and space into our bodies, and we feel each other's love. We do interesting different correspondence type work where one person will add something to the conversation and another, completely random, unknowing that they're doing this, and text message to me throughout the day until it's a unified message at the end of the process that all three had no idea were completely connected. We're going to look at that next in a painting that somebody brought and showed me that we're going to show as a piece of visionary artwork. It's one of those things. Mm-hmm. I appreciate you coming in and listening. That means a lot. I thank you for that. That's awesome. I didn't know. You know, I wonder. I look at my demographics, and it's 98% female, and I'm like, where's the men? I mean, you know, there's a lot of this information that I speak of very often about Divine Feminine because I know her and I love her, and you need to meet her. If you have a lover at home when she's sleeping, just turn over and look at her, man. That's your goddess, like legit. And I don't mean that in some kind of romantic manner. I mean that literally, that's your goddess. And anything that you've been able to accomplish in your life was because she gave you the energy to do that. Right? That's a big deal. And so thank you for coming in and listening. And invite more men in here, man, because we need to get this right. And the way that we're being taught how to treat women and how to feel about ourselves is not working. And I promise you, if you can find a place where you can be in that middle, knowing who you are, which is power, and knowing where you get it, which is her. Come on. Thank you for joining. Thank you for joining. I really mean it. And send more. Send friends and tell them this guy's got something going on here. You need to listen. Because we need to be together, right? There's plenty of women in here supporting each other. This is like, you know how fortunate I am every night, 4 or 5 hours to sit here amongst these ladies that are just speaking truth to each other and love all over the place. It's awesome. Anytime I feel the tiniest little, I'm not feeling so hot, I just, hey, hi, you know, bam, and I'm just like, I'm drunk with their love. Because it's real. And that's here for you, man. And we need to give it back to them. I'm the only guy in the room usually other than Shushu most of the time. Every once in a while they pop in. And then I can, you know, then we can reciprocate. They deserve it. It said, fall before her feet. Let her give you her strength. And watch what you're capable of, brother. Watch. It's really amazing. It really is. And if you haven't met her yet, fall at her feet. And she will come to you. Because she's going to recognize why you're doing it. That you're not bowing down because you're weak. You're bowing down because you know that the two of you together are unstoppable. And you're willing to have her. That's power. That's how you earn a woman. Right? Because she knows what you're going to do once you have that power. Which is whatever you need to move that mountain. And put it wherever she asks. Right? So that's what we're here to do. Let her give you the power, brother, to move that mountain. You know what I mean? It is. Okay, so. All right, thank you so much for popping in, okay? And you're welcome here all the time, please. I appreciate you. I love new faces. I love it, love it, love it. Right, let me put this away, and then we're gonna show off some artwork. And we're gonna blow some minds. The ego. Yeah, Michael, don't you just have the instructions on destroying the ego? I do, sure. It's called a fool's errand. You can't. It's immortal. It's infinite. As long as you're alive, your ego will be alive. Yeah, I know. I'm sorry, all the self-help book people that are about to now give refunds, but it's true. What the ego is a device that was designed by our bodies in order to give us the capacity to communicate. And what we all don't realize is that who it is that we think we are and who we are two different things. Our body built the ego for a very specific reason. Because it did the math and it realized that us being happy isn't good for us. That's not what helps us to be successful, according to the ego. And so it gives us what it thinks we need in order to be motivated to give it what it wants. And it's usually angst, want, desire, pain. These loops of wanting and having and it not being enough want, so you want more have. And you're in a constant state of want. That's what the ego gives us. And it's useless if we're a slave to it. If we integrate the ego and recognize that it's a tool to be used, it is the chooser of words. And we take back agency from it, it allows us to do a very interesting thing. It allows us to, for the first time in our lives, speak our voice through it. We don't have a choice to speak through the ego, so we might as well be the one picking the words. Well, yeah, sure. Well, knowledge of the self does that too. Seeing yourself in the outside world and recognizing that beauty can change that conversation. But there's more to it than that, Tintamara. That's a heavy subject that unfortunately I have a lot of experience in. And a lot of people here do also. Right? But it comes down to that understanding and to giving into that. Give into it. Because when you give into it, when you step into the darkness and you do the work of the tower, you lose everything. You lose everything. which means you gain everything. It's really great. Die daily. I do it every day. I do. I have a little thing there to catch my ashes. I'm not kidding. If you spent more than 2 or 3 streams with me, you'll see, man, every day he's different. He's kind of the same, but he's kind of a different person every day. Yep, that's right. And I do it on purpose. It's fun. God loves diversity. Yes, I do. It must be boring. Although I still wear purple 7 days a week. No, I kid. I wore pink 2 days ago. But, so there's going to be little quirks. There's going to be the little parts of us that maintain and stick around, right? So let's talk about visionary artwork. What is visionary artwork? Well, we looked at some yesterday, right? Oh, and by the way, I saw some stuff today. I'm going to look through a little of it and discuss it with the artist, and then we're going to be having a little art gallery coming up related to our community here for those who are willing to allow me to put their stuff up on my website and then link to it on the YouTube here, so new people who come can look at this visionary art and experience these visions. Visionary art is art with one intent. Get out of your own way and put an image that's in your spirit onto paper to share, right? So we don't want our mind involved. We don't want our heart involved. We don't want to attach to it in these ways. We just want to let it be, and then we interpret it after the fact. And there's a second type of visionary art, which is that the vision occurs, and you've had that experience from a spiritual level, and you have interrogated it spiritually first. So then you can now do so mentally and paint it as a mental exercise, right? And so those are the 2 ways that you can go about visionary art. I live in the former. I'm a very sort of stream of consciousness channeled speaker, as you can tell. But that's also how I create music and how I create art, visual art. And so the most special kind is when you don't know you're doing it. And that's what happened today with this individual. Her name's Lauren. She's somebody that's been in the channel here multiple times. I bumped into her separately. I was going through some scary stuff with my health, and I decided to go out and to engage readers. And I didn't want to have a specific reader or whatever the case, and it was a personal thing, and so I didn't want to talk to friends. I have a ton of friends in this space, obviously. Imagine, I have more psychics on my speed dial than you could ever imagine. But I didn't call any of them because it was personal. I didn't want them knowing. So I went on Omegle and I typed in tarot readings, and here's this friendly face that pops up with this bright energy, and like it's good lighting. What is it with women and good lighting? Maybe you guys can help me out. I don't know how to do lighting. Look at the shadow behind me, and then I go back and it all lights up. It's like I don't know how to do lighting. It's not my thing. And so I was just kind of bouncing some stuff off of her. Like, hey, I had this idea, that idea I was thinking of doing tonight, whatever the case. And I had mentioned the gem for this evening, which is that the ego, drunk on love, has no voice. And that was after she sent me some artwork, because I put it out there. Hey, please send me what you've got. If you have something that you think tells a story of the truth, or that can elicit a response in somebody that maybe help that, send it over. And we had a great experience yesterday with a piece of artwork that showed a vision of feathers that also wound up in my space, right? Feathers wound up in my space, this deck. And we talked about the difference of the different suits. And Shushu gave us some very good guidance on what his thoughts were. And that landed perfect. And so great community exercise of looking at somebody else's work from a spiritual level and having that conversation. We're about to do that now, because it's kind of along the vein of what I was talking about today with respect to this idea of being drunk on love. And so I'm going to talk about drunk on love, and I'm going to put the picture up at the same time. This is a picture of Bacchus. Bacchus is the god of debauch, right? He's the god of wine and of joy and of celebration. The permission to be happy and be inebriated in front of each other with the intent of just letting go and having fun, enjoying the pleasure of the moment. It's not to the degree of evil. It's a very good joy. It's what we're here to do. And so this is her painting. I love this. I love the look in his face. I love the kind of the smirk of the smile of him knowing the joy. There's those grapes that he's getting ready to offer to everybody in the world, and the leaves in his hair. You know, that beautiful elemental symbol in the back there, that spirit of joy looking out at us. What? Yes, there's the spirit of joy looking out at us from the back, and Lauren didn't even know it was there. She painted him, but she didn't know. If you're in the room, Lauren, check him out. Come on, it's obvious. We've got the face here, and then right there is this beautiful smiling face looking at it with his one eye is white, he's got a black eye, a cute little smirk, his nose. Come on, look at him. Awesome. You painted the spirit of joy. You painted the spirit of cheap wine. Muting the ego. Awesome. Love that. Last night we were talking, and Shushu said something in the chat. He said something along the lines of, "Oh yeah, I read my my exercise of the 3 words, right?" And so this was the thing I read, and then Shushu commented, and so let's talk about that. If I can find the correct one. Yes, this is the spot where Michael sits there for 10 minutes looking for something. Why does the words are action, freedom, and will. Or why, sorry. Action, freedom, and why. Why does the mind's compulsion to seek freedom always lead to the action of the ego to bind oneself? Why does the mind's compulsion to seek freedom always lead to the ego, or to the action of the ego toward binding oneself? You know, and then Shushu said, because the ego didn't drink enough cheap wine. And I woke up with, an ego drunk on love has no voice. All right, and so what does drunk on love mean? It means you recognize yourself in the other. You recognize the other in yourself, and you realize it. And then you tell them, and they look you in the eyes, and they believe you. Oh man, I love that. And when that happens, we try to define it with bliss and ecstasy and oh my God, and it's too much and all the, there's no, how do you explain that? There's no words. And so that's drunk on love. It happened to me a couple of days ago, right? I was doing a very, to me, it was a very important reading. The subject was important, it's, you know, children and so on, and it was very emotional to that individual. And so I asked for some energy from the room, because again, you know, with respect to a man and where we get our energy, it doesn't hurt to enroll a woman to feel you. And so I put it out to the room. Hey, I can really use some juice on this one. It matters. And I was knocked out. Go back a few streams and look. Really, I forget which day it was, but it was insane. I was like, whoa. I couldn't. It was like I was literally intoxicated on it. It was awesome. And the reading was amazing. And we got learning from it. And it was great. It was great. And there were several people in the room that felt it too, which was awesome. And it was real. Right? And we could have that. Why are we here? We're here to love each other, enjoy each other. Don't miss a minute of it. Don't miss a drop. Yeah, I love that. Okay. I think I covered most of that. This came up today in a conversation with respect to the extremes in gray and color, and I just think this is really cool. Alex Gray is an artist. He's a visionary artist, and he painted some pretty amazing pictures. Look him up, Alex Gray. You'll know you're looking at it because it looks like you're on acid. Actually, it's more mushrooms, but his his art style is very geographic or geometrical, and it's very well, it's powerful karmic images. And it's an interesting story because he understood this idea of the poles being a lie. The extreme positive and an extreme negative don't actually exist as a thing. They're just there to tell us the size of the breadth of the possibility. So what he did, it was so beautiful. Him and his wife painted each other. He painted himself white. He painted his wife black. And they made love in front of 100 people on a sheet until they were mixed up and there was nothing left but gray. And they sold the sheet as a piece of art called Gray. That is literally what I'm talking about here. That is literally the act of the creation of the universe. You are the gray. That's what we are. And now when you recognize that, you get to do the very beautiful thing, which is recognize that we're also the other sides of that. We are the gray, but we're also the things that are making it. And then we get to switch our role, right? We get to now get out of the middle and move to one side or the other of that exchange. And be completely overcome by it. If we let ourselves. It requires permission, so that's what we're here to do. Recognize that that thing is real and give ourselves permission. Because as Bacchus teaches us, don't miss the wine, man. It was a gift from God. Far be it from me to just deny a gift from God. Right? And what is that gift really? What does wine give us? I said that yesterday with respect to the masks, right? I have another word for a mask, possibility. Once you put it on and you feel safe, anything's possible. The fear's gone, right? And another word for a mask, other than possibility, which is a great word, it's very similar to this word here as well. You know, what are we talking about here but totality? But it really comes down to the idea of saying to yourself, you know, do I want to constantly have to decide who I'm being, or do I want to just give in to whoever I am at the moment, right? And so the idea of the mask is possibility. But the reality of that situation is that it's, I want to find the right word. I had a note yesterday, and I'm sorry, I'm getting a bit tired, and I don't want to miss that point. Right. Oh, gosh. Yeah, I'm definitely tired. Permission. The mask gives us permission. That's what it's doing. Wine gives us permission. Right? That's what it's doing. And so the wine, this is just so great, is the cup until we drink it. Right? When we drink the wine, it does its job and it becomes the sword. And now, why does that matter? Because what we've done is we've changed gender. We swapped polarity. And that's the conversation. That's the secret of magic. A woman empowers the man. She becomes the object. They consummate. During the consummation, she's in the state of reception, which is natural. It's a woman. He's in the state of bestowal, which is natural. It's a man, but it's not natural. God is a woman. She's the one who bestows. But that doesn't seem natural. Well, but it is. Take my word for it, because when you swap, you're going to see magic. So you need to be the reception, and she needs to be the bestowal. And how do you swap those roles? Well, that's how you do it. It's very simple. Okay. And so that's the secret here, and that puts you in that state of creation. And what we have to do is to give into that. See the smile on that spirit in the back? That's you. When's the last time you smiled that cute? Because we can do that anytime we want. We just have to give in to the fact that we need to drink some wine to quiet the ego. And how do we do that? We love. The ego gets drunk on love. If all we needed was alcohol, this would be easy. Alcohol doesn't deafen the ego. It makes it louder. right? But the real wine, the elixir of love, will actually shut it off. And then when it wakes up and the love's still there, what it winds up doing is falling in love. And now your ego is integrated. It really is. The shading's amazing. Alright, I'm not sure what happened. Sometimes if I jiggle this, it knocks it off and comes back. How long was I out, I wonder? Sorry about that. Yeah, I don't know how long I was out, so... I'm sorry, it's funny. Every time I speak the 9th degree secret of OTO, my mic goes out. It's really something. But that's it. I spoke it, so that's it. You get one. That's the secret of the 9th degree. Have fun with that. But no, basically what I was saying is that I agree that it's gorgeous and that there's a lot of really talented people here. And it's really special. The artist here is Lauren Zapata. And she's here in the stream occasionally. She's busy doing her own thing. And so anytime she comes in, it's a real gift. And I was very fortunate that she let me show this. Right? It's special. It's special. And I look forward to showing everyone's art. Anyone who has something to contribute. Oh, thank God. Okay, good. I've spoken for like a while before I realized. If I'm in the flow and I don't peek at the chat, it could be bad. What I need is a moderator, right? I need somebody to like, be watching that and then buzz me somehow if like I'm muted. It'd be funny because I'm usually the producer and the director, and the writer and the talent, and so it's a lot to juggle, and I don't sleep, and so I'm actually a lot more confused most of the time than people think, and so I miss the little things like that, and it can be frustrating. But, yeah. But so let's just take a moment and look at this beautiful joy, because. Not only does this symbolize permission to drink and more importantly to lessen the ego so that you can speak your actual love, your actual desire. But what it also is kind of an iconic image of ourselves. That's us in joy. And that spirit in the back is kind of an iconic image of what we look like when we are let go of our inhibitions and are able to more easily give in to each other's love fully, completely. Because when we do that, we can know each other, and that's the only way to know each other. A Virgo heavy mod? Cool. Virgo is actually a really good vibe for that. And, keep in mind, too, that as far as the chat's concerned, we haven't really had too many issues. And occasionally we get some trolls that pop in. And you'll get a sense of how I manage those people because I welcome them and I speak truth until they either agree with me or leave. But the discourse here is pretty great. What I really need I'm being honest, Vesta, is someone to help me get my head straight when I get muted and don't realize. Like, if anyone could just like buzz me or whatever the case, as this becomes more dense and advanced with more people speaking, I'm not always going to be the only one speaking up here. In fact, my goal is for that to stop soon, and to get more people in here speaking their subjects. Right? I am very, very versed, highly versed in many, many subjects. But it's nice to get a Kabbalah master, and that's all he knows. That would be great, right? Or get an astrology master, and that's all they know. I live in the Hudson Valley in New York, in upstate New York. You know who else lives in upstate New York? Robert M. Place. And I worked with Robert M. Place. He doesn't know this, but I did. A very close mentor of mine, Father Jack Nelson, was doing some work related to Two Rose and this beautiful Native American ritual of them taking their horses all the way from Canada into New York as this ritual of these two tribes getting together. It's a beautiful thing, and I did some graphic design work for it, and Robert did the logo. And Robert was good friends with John. And so here I am doing this gig. And just for people who don't know, Robert M. Place is a legend in the tarot community. He invented the alchemical tarot, and then from there just blew up. It's his own take, but it's the correct one. He clearly is an alchemist who has done the work. And so Father John calls me up and he's like, hell yeah, so I got that artwork that you needed from my guy. He's a buddy of mine who does, he's a graphic designer. I'm like, oh, cool. What's his name? Robert Place. I'm like, oh, I don't know why it rang. But when he said he's a graphic designer, I didn't think Robert M. Place, the inventor of alchemical tarot. So I'm like, cool, whatever. All right, shoot over his email and I'll get to it. Like, and so he shoots the email over, and I had gotten done what he had asked me to do. John, I was happy to help him out. Whatever he wanted, I gave him. And so I did what he needed, and then I read this email, I open it up, and then it starts to dawn on me because of the artwork. I saw the artwork. It was low res, useless to me. So I needed the raw. I needed the vector file. And then it dawned on me, this is Robert fucking M. Place, and I have in my possession a raw AI file of his original art for this logo in my possession, and I'm like, holy crap! And it's a dove. It's just so beautiful. And so I call him up, and he doesn't answer, and I leave a voicemail, and I was totally pro. I didn't say shit about the fact that I've been reading tarot for 40 years, and he's like, it's like, it's like being a NASA geek, and Neil Armstrong walks by, and he's like, hey. And so I left a message. Yeah, I'm working with Father John on this thing, and I got your logo, but man, you sent me 72 DPI. I need print ready. And so sooner the better, please. And he's like, no problem. Oh, great, thanks, bye. Whatever the case. We never spoke, which was unfortunate. I never got to speak to him. We were voicemailing because we were both busy, And I didn't know. And the one time it rang and I couldn't get it, and it's his name. I was, oh God. But so I missed the opportunity. But what I would love to do is to put out there, hey, listen, we have a community here that is receptive to your truth. And, do you want to come on here and speak about the alchemical process with respect to the one truth? And how the tarot can be utilized as a tool for that. Here's his decks. I have 3 of them. I don't have them. He's very prolific. Here's one of the most recent that I got from him that is so gorgeous. This is the Alchemical Tarot of Marseille. Right. I'd love to get Robert up here talking, at least for an hour, one time, to just discuss, look at the back, to discuss his system, right? And you can tell he's a designer, because first of all, look at his color harmony. Absolutely flawless, that beige and purple he picked. Right? It's gilded in gold. Right? It's nice, rich. He went primary. Because, the tarot nerds out there know that the original Marseilles were all primary colors. They didn't use shades, and the printing method was still very new. And then he has the alchemical symbol, and then a little statement that speaks about what this process is. This is not the High Priestess. This is an alchemical process that's being referred to by that symbol in this statement. And the statement is, who is it that has confined the sea within its bounds? Great question. Justice. Wherein hatred and desire have agreed together and formed the habit of will that is well balanced, justice becomes or comes into being. And so what he just gave is instructions on how to create justice. Like the literal steps that it takes to invite justice into the moment. And how do you do that? Let's read it again. When hatred and desire have agreed together and formed a habit of will that is well balanced. Hatred, desire, agree, balanced, justice. Beautiful deck. And here's how you can tell also that he's a graphic designer. I mean, he made it pretty, but it's also practical. It's this hard cardboard. It's cloth. It's a beautiful representation. I love the red. I love the gilding. But the message is it. The guy spent 50 years, 60 years in alchemy. He is it. That's the guy I want to talk about alchemy. I mean, I can speak about alchemy, but I can't speak Robert Place alchemy, right? Oh, Robert M. Place? Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, do that. Do that. He has a website. I'll get a link for it, actually, if you'd like. You know, some people may have an expertise in the subject, and some people may have an expertise in the art. But for somebody to have both is rare. And he has both, for sure. I think that's it. I think what I wanted to cover was the fact that, you know, utilizing the Bible, the I Ching, the Kabbalah, and these other systems, you're kind of stuck experiencing it linearly in bite-sized pieces. You can't read the whole Bible at once. I mean, wouldn't it be nice if we had some type of way that we can look at knowledge and interrogate the entire system in one viewing, where we didn't have to like take it in bite-sized pieces and just see the unfolding as one shot? Yeah, that would be nice. Well, there it is. All right. And so that said, there are many ways to read this symbol systems. The most effective is the elements, because it's what we are. A little bit of heat, a little bit of cold, a little bit of wet, a little bit of dry, mixed all together makes us. We just have to be open to our wetness. We have to be open to our dryness. We have to be open to our openness. And we have to be open to our other. Because without her, without him, without us, there's nothing. And with us, there's everything. I want everything. Do you want everything? Because you can have it. It's actually easier than you think. Realize that it's already in your hands. There's nothing to have. There it is. Alrighty, so what else did I plan on tonight? Because I'm waning, and I'm wondering if there's something I can speak about before I completely lose it, or if it's time for me to just call it an evening. Let's see. I wanted to talk about the Oracle had a brother. There he is. This is the Pearls of Wisdom, and these are the Rocks of Truth. The Rock of Truth? Is that what I call it? The Rock of... Yeah. I have to figure it out. I don't know if I'm locked on that yet. Pearls of Wisdom, our story in stone, is locked. That's her name. The Rock of Truth. The Tale of Tales. Love that. The double entendre of Tale of Tales is staying for the masculine oracles, but I'm not sure if I'm going to call it the Rock of Truth. All right, what's another word for truth that starts with an S? A word for truth that starts with an S. don't know. That's a toughie. No. No, it's not coming to me. Yeah, I'm too tired. When worlds collide. Wow. Well, you know, I love that. Now, but here's the deal. What I need is one more name, because that's the name of the kit that contains both. Right? So you can sell her by herself, and that will be the Pearls of Wisdom, the Story in Stone. He will be sold by himself as... Because you're going to buy one for Dad, you're not going to get that one. You're going to buy one for Mom, you're not going to get that one. But if you buy them together, when worlds collide. Okay, well, what's the byline? Love in Gray. I don't know. We'll figure it out. But so, yeah, there's ways to go about that. And we'll crowdsource it, right? Everyone in the room will have a chime in on what we should name this thing. It'll be a lot of fun. All I know is my name for it is beautiful. Sincerity. Love that. The Rock of Truth, Stones of Sincerity. I don't know. Yes, sincerity is a great word. Too bad it's 4 syllables. I got to figure the rhythm there. That's good though, Katie. I like that. Yeah, I don't know. Good stuff though. What else was I going to talk about here? Okay, Bacchus, yeah, Drunk on Love, yep. Visionary Art, we did. Truth, I, Tarot, Love, Tarot, the Tao, You, Connection, Us, Transformation, We, Conversation, Our, Story, Dance. Weird. What a strange way to type that. Why would I do that? Let's skip every other little word and see what it says. Truth, Tarot, Tao, Connection, Transformation, Conversation, Story. What about every other word? I, love you, us, we, our, dance. Oh, cool. Well, I love you too. Thank you for typing that. You made me a little tickle inside. The Sincerity Stone. Stones of Sincerity. The reason I did that, by the way, Tanamera, is for the rhythm. Sincerity Stones is sort of like, Stones of Sincerity. Adding that soothe. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the smooth sounds of your soul, talking to you all night long. Little Rosicrucian humor. You know, because smooth sound, I'm talking to you. Anyway. I love the sincerity. Stones of Sincerity. Great stuff. And the Pearls of Wisdom. It also does seem a little worthy, you know? And I don't want it to come off too worthy. I want it to come off genuine, because that's what it is. It is beautiful, but it's also actually pointing at some very important truth, right? And so we have to be open to that. But yeah, totally. That said, thank you to everybody who joined. There's a couple of people here. If you're still here and you're new, you're awesome. And if you've been in here and you're listening and you haven't popped in to say hi in the chat, please do. I know that you have to subscribe in order to do so, but you can unsubscribe when you're done. So if you're worried about that being the reason, say hi. We're cool people here. And we're looking for more cool people. You know, I was talking to Tanamera about the number of cards it takes to make a deck, and we need about 36, okay? We're trying to make a Soul Tribe deck, and we only have like 6 or 7 names on that list, and that's ridiculous. So, we need more awesome people. Right? And it does, I know, that's the whole point, too. That's I want it to be genuine, but I can't deny that pretty sells, right? If it has a pretty name, people are going to want to look at it. If it has pretty colors, they're going to want to touch it. And then when they use it, they realize, this works. This gives me access. This gives me knowledge. This gives me like real stuff. Powerful. So great. Well, you know what? Something just dawned on me. I have church tomorrow, as people who do Sunday church do, and I realize it's a congregational meeting. I'm on the consistory, and it's going to be a tough morning. I have to be up at 8 a.m. Eastern. Have not slept since Friday. What am I going to do? The SOS. That's even cooler because it has a masculine vibe. The SOS. I love that. It has that sort of aquatic thing with the shells. Smooth FM. Don't you dare turn that dial. I just thought that was hysterical when I first started this up, because the thing I'm trying to teach at the end of the day, just spoiler alert, I'm going to destroy everyone's dreams. All I'm doing is teaching Zen Buddhism. That's all I'm doing. I'm fooling every one of you people. But that said, though, what a beautiful statement if you're making the statement about the idea of oneness. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the smooth sounds of your soul speaking to you all night long. That's the truth. It's your own soul speaking to you. This is you talking. These lights is you speaking. This is you speaking in purple to your eyes. This is you speaking in pink and green to your eyes. This is you speaking to your ears in the sound of Michael. All right, but it's all you. There's no difference. Let's take a look here. Would you, as an experiment, mix the beads of both oracles together, play with them, and see what names come to you? These are the two centerpieces, right? So let's just leave these separate. This is hers and this is him. Okay, let's look at their union. There they are. All right. Colorful. She's definitely dominant, right? I mean, there's all his blue, but all I see is her, right? Soul, sword, star, straight. Kurgan speed down. Oh, you are right where you belong. Welcome to the family. So yeah, I'll do that. I will kind of consider this and what I don't know. I thought that was great though. What was the one that came out? Because it rang really good. So what was it? Soul Sand. There's just some good ideas. But what was that? Let me go back. I have to. Sincerity Stones, right? Okay. Oh, when worlds collide. When worlds collide, and then there has to be that byline. Waves of probability. When worlds collide, waves of probability. Oh, so now that this is empty, you guys get to see this beautiful antique piece of brass. Look what's inside. You guys ready? It's a 5. There's 5 petals. How many petals are on the inside there? Let's count them. I mean, come on. If you can't call yourself a hermeticist if you don't count everything, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23. Plus the 5 is 28. 28. Okay. Interesting word. It's a 10. You get the idea. But clever. Now, the numbers here, like as far as the number of petals, I'd considered too. All these things kind of matter to some people and don't to others. And so when trying to think about how I was going to put the oracle together, this is all from stuff that I had from craft projects, right? And broken jewelry and bits and pieces of things. Kind of like the broken Timex I use in my Temple of Calm, because it's a stopped watch. But I was really like a little concerned about the shallowness, and it turned out to be actually quite nice with a shallow dish. And all these things have come up through this process of, but in the future, I'm not going to get one of these. It's an antique piece of brass that's from India. I'm never going to find this again, this particular one, but maybe something similar. But, should there be mathematics built into it? Should it have some type of symbolism on there? Or should we just let it be an organic process, like a piece of teak wood, I'm thinking that the organic way is the way to go. It's more of a low magic device anyway. Low magic is powerful. Sometimes you want to be able to find answers without needing a protractor, And nothing against high magic. I'm a practicing magician, but at the same time, low magic works. Low magic is serious mojo, and it if you respect it, it'll respect you, right? And if you don't, it won't. So that said, this will inspire everybody. Here they are mixed together just for one last time before the evening is over, and it is beautiful, little rainbow of color here. Just gorgeous. One more time. Oh my God, my dish has the same leaves as yours, just smaller and more of them. Really? What, the ones on the outside, or that the in the middle there, like these? Could be. I mean, you'll see the word India, whereas it's kind of like, there it is. You see how it's written? That'll give you an indicator. There's no mark on this. There's no maker's mark, or there's no brand or anything, right? It's just someone tacked the name India in with dots, right? So I don't have a brand name for it or anything else. I just know it was bought a very long time ago, and it's been, in the family, so to speak, since. So I'm sure this one goes here. Let's put these all by themselves. 55, 28, 10. Okay. We will all sleep on it and commune tomorrow. Yeah, and you never know what we wind up with. I mean, it's cool just to come up with names. I always love to, and they come up at weird times. Like when I came up with the Pearls of Wisdom, our story in stone. I was literally about to speak to Tanamara. Like, she was gonna pick up. I dialed her on Messenger, and as it was ringing, the name came to me. And so and she dropped the call. For whatever reason, the call dropped, and so we were in the process of trying to catch each other back. And so I was typing in the meantime. It just came to me at that moment. So who knows when these names come, Was it a white sticker with red writing? Okay. But yeah, so this was a great stream. I appreciate it. And if anyone has any other questions or subjects that they want to speak to, there's a few things that somebody talked about with respect to Wicca that I was going to talk about. The idea of levels and polarity, the Gardnerian version at least. Elizabethan is a different conversation, and there's other versions that I would like to bring some people in on before I speak to. My expertise in the Wiccan system is within Gardnerian, and that's what I'm going to speak to personally. Mm-hmm. Yeah, I'm not going to shine mine. I think I kind of like the grit, the experience it's been through, right? From a psychometric perspective, I think, cleaning it's going to get rid of a lot of energy. Good, bad, or ugly, I'll ground it. If it's too negative, I ain't afraid. I'll ground it and it'll be even. But yeah, I don't know. I like there's also a little bit of green here and there. Not too much. It's just decent brass, but there's a little green spot here. Right. It's got a little bit of some stuff going on in here, right? And so it has a little bit of life. There's some, it's been through stuff. And so when it talks, it speaks from a place of experience. It speaks from a place of knowing some stuff. It's felt. All right. But yeah, so, beautiful. And thank you for everybody who made it through tonight's stream. It didn't go down. And to Vesta, thank you for your patience. The last video, I was like right in the middle of talking about the Rosicrucian secret of the spinal cord being connected with music to tickle your left brain, and I was about to say it, and the stream dropped. It was like, I was watching it, and oh my God, the timing of that was like, take the vertebrae of the human body, starting from the bottom, and weigh each vertebrae on the way up, and divide that number by the vertebrae next to it, and the ratio difference in weight will be equal to the scale on a piano. So basically, the ratio weight difference of our vertebrae is equal to the transitionary period between the notes. It's beautiful. It's just gorgeous. What that really ultimately means is that our form is a song. We are a chord that has been made manifest physically. Beautiful. Thank you so much to everybody who joined, everybody that continues to join. Missy, we got to figure this out. There's stuff that is going on, and I'm here for you. And everyone here loves you, and we miss that you can't be here more than you are because your energy's great. Okay, so come back to my stream, Missy. I need my sissa from another missa, and it's you. Don't deny me. I won't deny you. And yeah. So just everyone have a wonderful evening. Thank you so much. Luana, thank you for being first most of the time. I think somebody beat you today. Who was it? Brianna beat you. Truth. But no, all kidding aside though. If anyone has any artwork, please send me your artwork. Email it, text it, get it to me so we can put it up on here and people can meditate on your stuff and love it. Share the community here. Spread that joy and that motivation to create. If you don't paint, yes, you do. We're not talking about creating perfect portraits. We're talking about visionary artwork. Go get some charcoal and rub it on a piece of paper until you see something. And then give it to me and I'll show it to the world, okay? So thank you for everyone who joined. I love you all. I mean that, and you know I do. Have a great night, and I'll see everyone tomorrow. Don't forget, we came here for the colors. The least we can do is enjoy them. Thank you so much. And I appreciate you letting me enjoy your colors. I'm not sure if it happened. It might have. I think it did. I don't know. I feel pretty loved, so I guess it did. It happened.